Welcome back to a.
This is what you look like if you were black or Chinese.
Can you do that edit with Akasaka?
No.
Okay.
Yeah?
Welcome back to an Akasaka fan club meeting. We're gonna be celebrating how cool he is.
Yeah? What's the first thing on the agenda?
First thing on the Akasaka fan club agenda is go over the principles of karate.
Of course.
Second thing is go over Akasaka's principles. Third thing is train with Akasaka. Fourth step, restrain Rika from thirsting for Akasaka too hard. Fifth step, something wish for a miracle.
Okay. Mountain Dogs had retreated and reorganized their units. They were now ready to attack again. Takano was furious at them for not being able to bring R back to the clinic, even though they had her in their hands. She gave an order to capture her with all the Mountain Dogs' forces put together. Their vehicles were at the clinic, and they were all standing by for the order to attack. Takano wasn't the only one who was furious. Okanogi was as angry as her. The rookie policeman from 5 years ago had grown, even made Okanogi yield.
He almost killed Okanogi, thank you very much.
He couldn't accept that he was defeated, so he was bent on revenge. The reason why the order to attack was held off was because the signal from the transmission device on Irie was momentarily interrupted. They interpreted it to mean that Irie had gone even further down into the basement. The Mountain Dogs assumed that the club members would go even further underground and try to escape by using some kind of secret passageway. That passageway couldn't be that long. They'd have to come up to the surface eventually. The Mountain Dogs were planning to catch them as soon as they surfaced. The villagers were too busy with their finishing setup for the festival, so they had no idea what was going on. By this time, the Mountain Dogs had shut down the telephone network. They were afraid the club members would call the police. The only way into the town was being watched by the blockade unit, so the club members couldn't escape that way. R and her friends had come up to the surface.
Yeah, but do you know how hard like an Army of Two game would go with Akasaka and Kasai?
It'd be pretty fucking
Tell me
cool,
that
huh?
shit wouldn't be amazing. Like, oh.
Anyway, this episode's gonna be 3 hours long, by the way.
Last one was
3.5.
2.5.
3.5.
Last one was 2.5.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a long one, I know.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
They couldn't be thinking of staying underground until things settled down. Their lifeline, Tomatake, was in captivity. They couldn't be stupid enough to think of attacking the clinic to rescue him. More than likely, they would try to escape from the village on foot. They would probably call the police to help them. The patrol unit had several cars driving around the village, their eyes peeled for the signal of the transmitter or those on the run. It was time to wait patiently. The battle had returned to the starting point, and the balance of power was even again.
If this was a chess match on chess.com, it would show that no, the fuck it's not. It's a chess.com plug, by the way.
Yeah, good job.
Scheduled report from Skylark 2. All clear. They can't stay quiet for that long. We have to be patient. They'll turn up. By the way, where's the princess?
I believe she's interrogating First Lieutenant
Flash.
First Lieutenant Tomatake. She's trying to talk him
Flash.
into joining our side.
She's fucking him. At this point, that may be the only way to settle matters peacefully. Good thing we captured him alive. With the princess gone and no phone calls from Tokyo, I can finally enjoy this cool air-conditioned breeze.
Commander, there's a radio call from Tokyo.
And he shoots the guy that told him that.
It's from Nomura-san, and it's for you, not the Major.
Good grief. If the phone's no good, they'll use a radio, huh? Well, I wonder what the queen in Tokyo wants from me now. Okanogi or the mountain dogs here. Over. Don't do this to me. Thank God. I'm like, don't do this to me. I'm like, do not do this to me.
Tomotachi was being
Flash.
held in a small meeting room. He was shoved under a desk. He was restrained so tightly that he couldn't even turn around. Takano was sitting in a chair next to the table, staring at a whiteboard. It outlined the research plan that was to be shut down. But Takano wasn't really reading it. She was just staring. Neither of them said a thing. Silence filled the meeting room. It's almost 11 p.m. What a long day. A.M. It's almost 11 a.m. What a long day. I was woken up so early, and it's not even noon yet. Tomotachi
Flash.
didn't reply. Jiro-san, do you think you can help me? I don't need the mountain dogs. I only want you. The mountain dogs can't comfort me. I finally realize that your insensitivity is the only thing that can. Jiro-san, you knew that, right? That's why you acted that way, right? You thought there was no use in trying to sympathize, and you tried to comfort me. That's what you thought, right? You only pretended to be insensitive to help me enjoy myself, didn't you? I'm not speaking to you as Major Takano. I'm speaking to you. I'm trying to get untangled here. I'm speaking to you as Mio Takano. You still won't talk to me?
Damn, Tomotachi. Keiichi-kun, a hostage may only give his name, rank, and identification number.
Takano hung her head. I don't have the key to those handcuffs. Sorry.
That's fine. I didn't ask you to remove them.
Would you like a cup of coffee?
No thanks. I don't want you to have to help me go to the bathroom in this position.
It was hardly a conversation.
I love Tomotachi. Flash.
But Takano was happy that Tomotachi had
Flash.
finally replied. However, that wouldn't solve any of their problems.
Keiichi, if you must kill me, I'm alright with that. I made my peace when I was caught.
Yeah, I was planning to kill you tonight. I'm glad you're prepared for that.
Good. Then my resolve won't go to waste.
Hey, don't you want to live? If you promise to join me, you won't have to die. My superiors say there's no point in keeping you alive, but I'll work something out.
Who are your superiors?
I don't know. The person who contacts me calls herself Nomura, but I'm sure that's not her real name. I really don't know.
But you must have talked to her before you decided to do this, right?
I only talked to her a few times. When I think back, she probably just wanted to use me. But at the time, I thought she was the only person who could understand me.
I understand. I knew there was a time when you needed someone to help you. I wish I could have been there for you.
Yeah. If you were there, that would have been so nice.
Nobody has died yet.
But I'm going to kill them.
Sorry. You have your masterminds, but there are other masterminds in Tokyo who oppose them. Most of them want to hush up this issue. You may think it's too late to do anything about it, but you're wrong. There's still something you can do. You can make this whole thing disappear.
And my grandfather's research on the syndrome will disappear too, won't it?
Takano-san, what do you want to happen?
Takano closed her eyes for a bit, while she came up with an answer. Her grandfather's research had been insulted. She wanted those with higher positions of authority to take it seriously. Nomura can make that happen. Could make that happen. When the final operation was enacted, the higher-ups of the country would have to read the article, and they would have to believe what's in it. They will authorize the execution of the emergency manual. And yes, that would create an irreversible disaster. But at the same time, the disaster would prove that her grandfather's article actually had merit.
Oh, yeah. Will you be satisfied with that?
Sure, I'll be satisfied. That is the purpose of my life.
I asked you before. You're gonna disappear after this operation, aren't you? Mio Takano's purpose will be fulfilled, and she will vanish from the faces of the earth. You'll return to being Miyoko Tanashi. That's your real name, isn't it? Fucking, we knew that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay.
How long had it been since she heard that name? Takano closed her eyes slightly. Yeah, that's right. Soon enough, I will return to being Miyoko Tanashi.
Tanashi Miyoko lost her parents and was sent to an orphanage as a little girl. She died after being tortured. That's what you said, right?
Yes, I did. I'll have to go back inside of that metal fence. Have you experienced something like that, Jiro-san? Takano told Tomatake about her horrible experiences, which were simply unimaginable for normal people. I'm going to return to that place, and this time, grandfather won't come back to help me. Won't come to help me. So I will die. If I was dead, I wouldn't exist here.
Bro, Takano is like turbo fucking doomer, man. Holy.
If I wasn't here, then there wouldn't be an EDA Institute. I wouldn't be stuck living out such a bizarre fate.
You're planning to die, aren't you?
I'm supposed to be rewarded after the operation, but I don't believe that. I might be suddenly killed one day.
Don't you have someone you can trust?
My clients are just clients. They're not my allies. But the mountain dogs are. I paid them more than enough.
But you can't truly trust them, can you?
They are my allies. They caught you, and they're trying to catch R and her friends as we speak. They are helping me.
But that's not the kind of ally you need right now.
You're right. They aren't the kind of ally I need right now. Takano paused. She paused because Tomatake had just said exactly what she had been thinking. Since the day Tomatake disappeared, she had been feeling restless. Takano had to admit that she needed Tomatake. Jiro-san, I paid the mountain dogs a few 100 million yen to be on my side. I have a little more than 100 million yen left. How much do I need to pay you?
Damn, Tomatake, holy shit. You should think about how much it costs to get what you truly want.
That's a rather pretentious thing to say in this situation. You want me to say it's something I can't buy with money, right?
Why don't you give up? You may be able to tame the mountain dogs with your money, but that won't work with me.
But I want you on my side. If you want, I'll give you everything, not just money. You can do whatever you want to do with me. If you want me to lick your shoes, I will. Is that enough? Tomatake didn't reply. It wasn't an affirmation by silence, but a signal to Takano that he had already told her everything he meant to say, in the most saddening form of silence for her. I'll make you breakfast every morning. I'll show up before you when we meet. I'll never make you wait just to test you. Isn't that enough, Jiro-san? Tomatake
Flash.
didn't say a word. He couldn't see her face under the desk, but he could sense it. This wasn't the time to say anything to her. Remaining silent was the only thing he could do. Suddenly, the phone rang. Takano sniffled once and picked it up. This is Takano. I see. Understood. I'll be right there. Takano stood up as she put down the phone. The mountain dogs found We found Irie's signal too. They must already know the roads are closed and are trying to escape through the mountains on foot. It won't be easy to hunt them there, but we're actually at an advantage since nobody else is around. See you, Chido-san. I think this will be our final conversation. I wish I could have heard you say something at the end of it all. And still, Tomatake stayed silent. Takano ran out of the room. She didn't look like she was hurrying back to work.
I just don't get how Takano keeps fumbling so hard, play after play after play, man. Fuck, dude. I could fix it.
Sure you could.
Could you imagine even attempting to try and be in a relationship with Takano? Bitch wakes up, kills your entire family and neighborhood, and goes, lol, I just wanted to do something for silly little research, tee. Who is this?
The guy.
Random? It appears that they came above ground in the mountains. They might have tried to get some help from the villagers, but a patrol vehicle found R and some of her friends and started tailing them. For a time.
You want to listen to this on camera?
What?
It's Money's threat.
When did he send this?
Just now.
To who?
Discord.
In general?
Yeah.
Yeah, hit play.
I'm gonna install. I'm gonna take like these entire computer and install 1 terabyte of furry porn.
So the silence was us changing worlds. As he was making the threat, that was us loading into a different world. Oh, God. For a time, R and the transmitter were operating separately, but they rejoined at the mountain on the map.
For a time.
Akano?
Are you saying they split up when... Are you saying they split up when they met back up? What? What? Oh, okay. Are you saying they split up, then met back up?
They must have planned their escape route, I guess. I'm sure they're confident that they know their way around the mountain well enough. If there are too many trees, or if the bushes are too high, our weapons won't work as well as they should. That's what the karate guy would think, at least.
Okanogi was determined to catch him this time. He kept saying how he was simply caught off guard before.
I like to imagine Okanogi has his little personal dojo, and there's a little shrine with a super blurry, scuffed surveillance photo of Akasaka next to it, and it just has the word hate carved in the walls all next to it, and all Okanogi does is he just punches a bag while staring at that image because of how much he fucking hates Akasaka, man.
Hilarious, the karate guy. They can't escape this time. We must catch them before they get to Okinomiya.
Yes, I know. Since they know the mountains better than we do, we'll have to get serious. All our units will besiege and outrun them. Overrun them. All units. Did you hear that?
All units.
Think of it like a soccer game. Our opponents are gonna try and score a goal. That goal is Okinomiya. Don't let them get there. The karate guy's mine, though. I will absolutely bring him down.
Phoenix here, roger that.
Nightingale here, roger that.
Skylark here, roger that.
Aaron here, roger that. All units, move out. If we fail, it's game over.
Quite so. We cannot fail. I'll take command of the Corps from here. Do you think it'll be alright to leave Tomotaki
Flash.
behind?
Sure. We're leaving 8 armed security guards behind. Even if the enemy came at them with double that number, they'll be fine. That karate guy will be more of a problem. We simply can't underestimate him.
The security unit guarded the basement of the Irie Institute, which was the heart of the organization. Therefore, they were armed more heavily than anyone else in the Mountain Dogs. Okanogi's confidence in the security unit and his newfound obsession with defeating Akasaka made the diversionary plan a success. But at the same time, that meant the decoy club members would have to deal with the full force of the Mountain Dogs.
I'm still a believer Akasaka missed that punch on purpose.
Dogs' white fans ran through the village. While they couldn't fire shots outside, all members were carrying stun guns that fired. Fired electric needles. While poor on range, they could subdue a target instantly. With the flip of a switch, they could change between merely stunning or killing their target. The perfect weapon for people like the Mountain Dogs. The van separated into groups and headed for the mountains. They were planning to surround their enemies and then smoke them out.
Commander, all units are standing by in position. Very well. Major, please give the order.
She
changed.
This is Takano. Make sure you capture R alive. I don't care if you kill the rest. Don't let them escape. Finish it right here.
Nightingale, Skylark, Heron, start hunting. Phoenix will be the goalkeeper and will be the reserve. Be ready for anything.
This is Phoenix 7. Roger that.
Let's begin.
The Mountain Dogs started marching, spreading out in a line, with a few meters between them. The mountainside was a savage land where not even the villagers would dare tread. There were some trails, but no paved roads for human beings. It required an enormous amount of diligence and patience to hunt on a mountain like this. All the dogs were very nervous. They were told that most of their enemies were children, but there were a few well-trained adults with them as well. In addition, they were supposedly armed quite heavily, and they knew the layout of the terrain quite well. It was obviously going to be a tough battle.
And this is where Sadako has her actual I'm gonna kill you nom trap setup.
Okanogi, how many people do you usually need to search a mountain?
It's hard to say, but I'm sure the more people we have, the better the position we'll be in. But all the Mountain Dogs put together won't be even close to enough.
But our enemies are just a small group of people. Don't you think we're at an advantage? Well, you know what people always say. It takes thrice the forces to break a defense. We have twice more than that on our side.
Well, that theory works if we're talking about thousands of soldiers. It doesn't work in smaller scale battles. There it is. The US Armed Forces proved that in the Vietnam War. Ryukishi could not fucking resist.
And in that case, how great of a force do you think you need to search this mountain, Okanogi?
Whatever works, I guess.
I don't know what you mean by that. What would be an appropriate military force?
Considering what happened this morning, we have to conclude that their commander is extremely brilliant. They also have at least 2 weapon experts, and at least 1 close combat expert.
Okay, I see that. But the rest are all kids, aren't they?
That's what I'd think too, but we're in their territory. 1 kid who knows an area well can equal to a finely trained patrol unit. They're more troublesome than you think, Major.
Then tell me how great of a force you'll need to actually suppress them.
We'll need 1 division. Let me explain what I mean by that. 3 or 4 Mountain Dogs makes a battalion, and 3 or 4 battalions makes a regiment, and finally, 3 or 4 regiments makes a division.
Are you saying we need 30 times as many people?
Of course, that alone isn't enough. We need to get in touch with an artillery base and request an advance bombardment. If we could get help from the air, I'd want a phantom to drop napalm bombs.
You've got to be kidding me. We don't have that much force at our disposal. What do you think would happen if we tried to chase them down with our current manpower?
Is he just fucking with her at this point? Like, Buddy said, we got to napalm these children in the woods. Well, it won't be that easy, that's for sure.
Okanogi laughed boldly. He said it wouldn't be easy, but he also seemed to be implying that he was the only one capable of doing it.
Although, this is their territory. They just got there a little while ago. They don't have a base, and they didn't even have time to set up traps.
Oh boy.
Oh, buddy. I don't think they've had enough time to use their knowledge of the mountain to their advantage. Buddy, they've lived here their entire lives.
As Takano listened to Okanogi's explanation, she felt a little anxious. When she pretended to be friendly with Sadako for a long time ago, she used to tell Takano all about her mountain. Takano remembered how Sadako told her about all kinds of traps she set up, but she couldn't recall which mountain Sadako was talking about.
At Skylark to base, we've located some of the targets. We can't see R. We're still searching.
We can use them as hostages. You capture them even if R isn't there.
And Nightingale, did you hear that? Gather up the nearby units and block their escape route.
Roger, we'll back you up.
Well, of course. They'd want to cut off our escape route, wouldn't they?
Some fallen trees were leaning against a much larger pine tree, forming a natural scaffold. A small hut made out of plywood had been built on top of them. It was one of Sadako's many secret bases. It was a perfect spot, since Mion could see the foot of the mountain well. Wow! This went just as Mi-chan expected.
Well then, let's see. We'll see what they've got, huh?
Can we win? Can we?
What are you talking about? Our enemy's commander is worthless. They need at least one division. But they're trying to attack us with just a single company. What are they thinking? We'll see just how many of them will be able to go back down the mountain in one piece today. Mion is real for that.
Damn it! This is Skylark 2. We've been attacked. Shit, don't let them get away. They'll let loose tons of logs. Skylark 6 sprained his ankle, unable to pursue. We'll go on without him.
Don't let them escape. Keep chasing them until the end. Don't even give them a chance to rest.
This is Skylark 11. We've encountered a trap. Skylark 12 and 13 probably have concussions. Would have been dead if we weren't lucky.
So Sadako is like actually killing people right now with the shit that she has up there. This is Skylark 16. A trap got me. I'm tangled in steel wires, unable to escape. I can't cut them with my knife. Somebody bring a wire cutter.
Chaotic radio transmissions came in, one after another. Obviously, Okanogi had been wrong about the mountain dogs being in an advantageous position. Nightingale 10 to base! These bastards disguised a pit trap with a well! 2 members fell in, unable to rescue them. We need help! Huh? Ooh-ah, stop!
Okanogi? What's the matter, Nightingale 10? Come in, Nightingale 10!
This is Nightingale 10. I've been hit. I was pushed from behind. Nightingale 9 through 11 are in the well now. We're unharmed but unable to escape. Shit.
Base to Nightingale. Your backup has been attacked. The enemy can see your movements. Watch out.
This is Nightingale 1. I have a question. How can they see our movements? There's no UAV in the air or anything.
As Skylark 1 to base, we failed in our pursuit. We lost them. This is impossible. This mountainside is full of traps. We already had a lot of injured men and only covered a short distance.
Heron 1 to HQ. We found R and some of her friends. We're going after them. We need assistance immediately.
Dude, he's like mental booming right now. They split up, huh? Their plan is to confuse and entangle us with traps. Heron 1, be careful. They're luring you into a trapped area. They're splitting up to divert us and are planning an ambush. This is an extremely advanced tactic. There have already been many injuries in the other units due to those traps and ambushes. Be careful. Be prepared for anything, Heron 1. Heron 1?
Heron 2 to base! Heron 1 is trapped! Come on, somebody cut the rope! The rest of you keep going! Don't let R escape!
Nightingale 1 to base. Nightingale 7 and his team have gone silent. It's very possible that they've been attacked. Allow us to send assistance.
This is Heron 5. 3 of our unit members have been knocked out by falling drums. What the hell is this? Are there more than those ahead of us?
This is Skylark 13. I was down. There's one of them now. I'll chase them down. Damn it, I'm gonna get you.
Stop, Skylark 13! You can't take them down by yourself!
Oh, come out wherever you are. Come on, this way.
Damn kid! Wait for me there! Wait right there! Skylark 13 chased Sadako with an enraged snarl on his face, but Sadako ran through the woods effortlessly. A small branches scratched his body all over, but he continued to chase Sadako. Sadako ran like the wind. To her, she was simply running in her own backyard. Who would get injured in a place like that? As Skylark 13 ran after her, he passed many mountain dogs who couldn't even move because of Sadako's traps. The more of his trapped fellows he saw, the more he wasn't sure if the girl he was after was really a girl. She was just something that looked like one. He reached an area where logs were stacked up in piles, and it seemed like the trees in the area were being chopped down.
Dude, I just I think my favorite part about this whole thing is they play this shit kind of realistic enough to where it's yeah, I genuinely believe Sadako could probably wipe an entire division worth of highly trained soldiers with fucking Vietnam traps after the day that they
It's not even a division, it's just a company.
A company, yeah. I really believe this could happen.
I didn't read that line.
Oh, I thought you did, my bad.
It was a rather strange scene. On his way there, Skylark 13 saw a member from a different unit hanging upside down from a tree, and also saw feet sticking out of a pitfall.
The one Tatari Higurashi tip.
There was a member whose foot was tied to the root of a tree with a device that looked like a pair of handcuffs. He reached this area after seeing all of them. He suddenly started sweating all over his body, for Skylark 13 realized that he had been lured into a trap. He had been caught in a snare. She had tricked him. The girl was standing in the middle of an open area, calmly balancing on a stump. She was simply looking at him. Shit, he thought. She's trying to lure me in. This is Skylark 13. I chased one of them to an open field. I'll catch her. I'll get her.
This is Nightingale 7. I'm the one hanging behind you. That isn't a girl. That's a demon. If you chase her, you'll end up in hell. Base to Skylark 13. That's enough. Wait for assistance. Some nearby members are on their way. Oh, what's the matter, huh? If you want to catch me, you'll need to step forward about 10 meters.
It was only 10 meters. If he walked about 10 meters, he could catch that bratty little girl. How many steps did he have to take to walk 10 meters? If he took 10 steps to walk 10 meters, that meant there would be 10 chances of stepping on a trap. But if it was only 10 steps, he can catch her after just taking 10 steps.
Well, if you really want to catch me, then why not take your first step? Come on.
Shit! How was he going to take his first step? That area with weeds looked suspicious, but the bare ground looked suspicious too. What if he jumped onto a tree stump? No, that was what she wanted him to do. Cold sweat was dripping off of Skylark 13's body. He only needed to take 10 steps. So, why was he so nervous about taking the first one?
Skylark 13, from what I can see, the tree stumps look okay. You can jump on them.
Don't, Skylark 13. This is Nightingale 8, the one tied to the tree root. The tree stumps must be trapped. There are too many stumps there, and that's just too suspicious.
Can you hear me, Skylark 13? Don't go into any bushes, it's dangerous. Don't step on the weeds. The open ground is dangerous too.
Shit. Then where should I step? Do you want me to fly?
Yeah, what on earth are you doing? I'm growing bored waiting for you.
This is Nightingale 9, the one who's tied up. My head is being patted by one of the targets. She's saying it's a trap field. Huh? Supposedly, that girl's magnum opus is set up there. You should be extra careful. You've got to be kidding me. Did he say magnum opus? What does he mean by magnum opus? Then what about all the other traps? Weren't they her magnum opus? We mountain dogs are professionals. We're paid to engage in battle. Yet this little girl is playing us like fools. Can we not beat her? Can't we beat this brat? This must be a bluff. How is it possible for a trap to exist that's worse than what I've seen so far? That's a bluff. That must be a bluff. Now I'm definitely gonna get her.
You know the scene in Resident Evil where the laser gates close and they just slice the guy into a bajillion pieces?
Yeah.
Buddy takes one step forward and the weeds just come up and slice him into a million bits.
Should I start with my right foot or my left? The girl suddenly lifted her head and thrust it at me. Is she trying to tell me to stop?
5 steps.
What?
If you can take 5 steps without stepping on a trap, you win.
I see. You're confident, aren't you? If I take 5 steps safely, what are you going to do?
Let's see. I'll admit my loss and surrender. How about that? My brain is as sharp as ever today. I'll get you before you take your 5th step.
Stupid fucking kid!
Calm down, Skylark 13. Don't let her provoke you.
She's a demon. Don't let her appearance fool you. She can read your mind. We can't defeat her.
Base to Skylark 13. Don't go any further. That's enough. Nightingale is almost there. Just stay in position.
But that would mean I'd lose. 5 steps. 5 steps, you say? Damn it, I'm in then. 5 steps, right? Just 5 steps, right?
How many times do you need to repeat it? A man should only say things once, unless he's whispering words of love.
Damn you, kid!
Skylark 13, she's gonna read your mind.
Calm down. That's right, I'm Skylark 13. I'm cool-headed, just like Golgo. I'll need to keep a level head and think. Right, she's already into my thoughts. She can see how I'll think if I have to take 5 steps towards her.
Whatever do you mean by that?
This is what it means. I won't go forward. I'll take 5 steps backwards. I did it. I did it. I was certain it was a trick. If I take 5 steps, I win. She didn't say I had to move forward. I could go backwards, too. And that's why you're done with those 5 steps.
Is this Sadako?
I don't know.
And that's why you're done with those 5 steps. And he's fucking dead.
Skylark 13, down!
That fool. He let her mess with him.
Sadako's remarkable performance wasn't just her own effort alone. Mion had mastered the geography and the enemy's formations while instructing Sadako. Sadako marked all her traps on the map. When that map and Mion's ability to command combined, the club was simply unbeatable.
Can you imagine them as adults?
Unbelievable.
Like, the club is this horrifying as children. Age them all by like 20 years with experience, careers, jobs, and war tactics.
Rika and Hanyu, who knew about the mountain almost as well as Sadako, relayed orders from Mion to Keiichi Arena. Then they prepared for the ambush. The traps didn't always activate when they were stepped on. Sometimes Keiichi and the others were setting them off at the right moment. Keiichi and Rina continued to fight everywhere, according to Mion's orders. Sometimes they'd hide, and sometimes they'd attack. One by one, they eliminated their enemies. Sadako's traps had been taking down most of the enemies, but Keiichi's surprise
bat.
attacks with his bat had worked out successfully too.
Thank you, Satoshi.
Not even the well-trained mountain dogs could respond to attacks after being stunned by these traps. Humans need a little time to react. According to research done by the US Armed Forces, the average reaction time is 15 seconds. In other words, any soldier is powerless during the 15 seconds following a surprise attack. Shortening those 15 seconds is one goal of their training, but no matter how much they train, it will never become zero. Their radio communication had actually made things much worse for them. The more they heard about the damage done to other units, the more worried they got. That slowed them down and made them think less strategically. At that point, as far as Mion was concerned, the mountain dogs were no longer a force to be reckoned with. Keiichi was successful. He bundled them all up nicely together. Nipa star.
Oh, Sadako did too. She finished off all of them.
Got it. Looks like we got 5 more points with this one, huh? Okay, my lovelies, what are you going to do now? About 30% of your southern army has dropped out. At least 1 or 2 men have responded to calls from injured soldiers. And what that means is that they hardly have anyone left. Any decent commander would order a retreat around now.
This is Skylark 1. We have way too many injured men in our unit. We don't have anyone to continue the pursuit. We have no other choice but to give up.
Skylark 1, we might have been badly damaged, but we're definitely now in the enemy's range of action. You may not withdraw. Maintain the front with what you've got.
Shit. Skylark 1 to all units. The commander is basically telling us to die. Check your supplies once more and we'll resume the march.
Takano-san is so mad she won't allow it. The morale of the unit commander is down because his request to withdraw was denied, and now they have to resume the march. Here's our chance. Rika-chan, meet up with Rina and lure them into Section Z. The traps there are something else. Hanyu, tell Kei-chan to move on to Section X. What a fun game.
Oh. Mion is in perfect form.
If she was born in a different era, her name would be in one of the history books.
If you ask me, Nelson and Togo are both mediocre. It's like I can see this mountain inside and out.
Mion was the type to display exponential ability. When she's down, she's at rock bottom. But when she's in perfect form, it's just terrifying. That was the blood of the head of one of the 3 families of Hinamizawa. If Mion had been around for a historical battle, she would have changed history. If she were to join Napoleon, Siberia would be French territory. If she were to join Hitler, Europe would belong to the Third Reich. And even with all that, the battle in the mountains was simply a diversion.
Thank you, Ryukishi. Napoleon and Hitler. No one else. No Hannibal. No Caesar. Napoleon and Hitler. Not even a Japanese fucking emperor. Excellent, thank you.
Just as Mion had expected, everything had collapsed into chaos. If the mountain dogs could think calmly, they could have realized they hadn't seen any adults. But they didn't notice, confused as they were by all the attacks they were suffering. Of course, that too was part of Mion's plan. The scale of the diversion would hide the fact that there was a rescue unit going to get Tomatake.
Flash.
Therefore, the more chaotic the battle grew on the mountain, the better it was for the rescue units. That was why she chose such an ostentatious method of fighting. But at the same time, that was exactly the kind of fight Mion preferred. She didn't intend just to let it be just a diversion. She was planning to destroy the dog's main force on these mountains. Yet, most frightening of all was our home advantage. It wasn't exaggerating to say the theory that defenders have thrice the advantage over assailants is heavily due to their advantage of location. In that case, how was the rescue unit doing? Were they at a disadvantage because they were on the offense? The 4 rescue unit members, led by EDA, were hiding in a bush next to the clinic. Let's go. The security camera on the side of the clinic is broken, so it's safe.
You want to attack from this side? Are you sure?
Our enemy is completely dependent on the security system, so it should be alright.
Okay, let's go then. Should we head along the wall to the back of the director's office?
Yeah, I didn't close the window when I left, so it should still be open. When you go in through the window, there's a back door and a security camera, as well as the security room for the first floor. There should be 2 guards in there. The entrance to the basement is being observed by a security camera, so they'll find us right away.
This is actually a payday heist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then we have to take those 2 guards down on the first floor, right? It's the basic rule to secure an escape route. We'll go in through the office, and then to the security room on the first floor.
They moved forward, walking against the wall so that they remain in the blind spot of the security cameras. They soon reached the window of the director's office. If any village kids saw them, they'd assume they were playing around, pretending to be spies. EDA was glad that the clinic was closed on Sundays. EDA peeked into the room. It was exactly the same as how he left it. The window was open too. The 4 of them snuck into the room through that window. Akasaka put his ear against the door to the hallway. Then he signaled the others to let them know that there was nobody on the other side. Since the clinic was closed, the mountain dogs were the only people around. It being Sunday really was fortunate. It was very quiet in the clinic. The chorus of the cicadas were the only thing that could be heard. There was a clock on the director's desk. It was almost 11:30 a.m. Shion was surprised to find herself getting hungry, given all that was going on.
Thank you, Shion.
Kasai and Akasaka checked over their weapons. EDA brought out a book of blueprints from a locked bookcase. The title said, "A Construction Plan for the EDA Clinic." This is the director's office. This is the security room for the first floor. And right next to the office, these red marks are the security cameras. The security room on the first floor shouldn't be a problem at all. Nah, it's a different person talking.
I guess Akasaka. The security room on the first floor shouldn't be a problem at all. The basement will be a lot more difficult.
This is the underground research section. This is the entrance to it here. It appears as a stairwell to the second floor on the blueprint we gave to the regular workers, but there's actually an entrance to the basement hidden there. And this is the staircase to the basement.
Yeah, it's quite the basement. It's actually bigger than the section above ground.
That proves the basement contains the real identity of this clinic.
How long?
And this is the door that requires Coach's security access card to open, huh? Is it possible for them to revoke your access card? Is there a way to break through the door just in case we can't use it?
It's a strong door, but when destroying all the evidence, we're supposed to shut the door and pump water into the place.
So it's an air-proof door, huh? If it can endure that much water pressure, it must be strong. So, there must be no other way in other than by using the access card.
It's possible to block individual cards, but the access cards that Takano-san and I have are special ones for commissioned officers. These special cards require an 8-digit password set by the owner, so in practice, they can't block my card.
In other words, they don't expect commissioned officers to use them with ill intent, right?
But if that doesn't work, we'll have to find the guards in the security room on the first floor to open it. Their guard should work fine.
I doubt they'll let us use their cards, though. If they don't want to help, all we need is a card and a finger, right?
I'd rather not do that. Let's just hope my card works.
Where's the security room for the basement?
It's located right next to the door. That room has air conditioning and a TV, so basically it's where all the security guards end up gathering. After we take down the 2 guards on the first floor, there should be 6 left. 6 left.
6 guards, huh? And we'll have to get them all at once. If we don't, they'll set off an alarm. Unless we can cut the wires for it.
I'm not sure where, but they must have both reserve power and reserve wiring.
And that's a no-go. It'd be more realistic to take out everyone in the security room. Are the guards armed?
The guards on the first floor aren't armed, but I've heard they keep guns in the security room just in case. All security guards in the basement have guns though. I think they have more powerful guns in the security room too.
Since those guns are for indoor use, I bet they're using machine guns of low caliber. They probably won't be accurate when used at long range, but they're extremely powerful and dangerous when used in close quarters.
They had an MP5 earlier. It won't be good for us as they have several more of those.
I don't know who this is.
Might be Kasai.
But if we can take them out, the basement is ours. Coach, where's
fucking
it's
Shion,
Shion.
okay. Coach, where's Satoshi-kun? 3 streams of conscious.
I'd rather not move him, but we can't leave him in the enemy's hands either. Let's move him somewhere safe. I need to be with him too.
Which room is Satoshi-kun in?
He's in a confinement room down here. He's been staying there since last year.
Satoshi-kun.
The look in Shion's eyes made it clear her determination. The security guards who chased after Irie were in the security room on the first floor. They had resumed their game of poker. They knew that the mountain dogs were combing the mountains, and they were well aware that the Institute continued to be in danger. But their job was to stay in that room. And besides, they were working hard on their poker game.
True!
Of course, they weren't really concentrating on the game itself. They were still both chatting about their recent car chase, and both seemed proud about what they had done. They were ordered to shoot at the tires, but they wished they had been ordered to shoot at Irie himself. They definitely would have caught him then. They talked and laughed like that. When people stopped being on edge, that left them all the more vulnerable. This was a perfect example. That was why it took only 2 seconds to suppress them. Put your hands on your heads. The security guards were professionals. They immediately realized the guns Kasai, Akasaka, and Shion were holding weren't toys. They'd already heard that there was a gunfight at the basement in the Sonozaki residence. The security guards knew they weren't dealing with amateurs. They also knew they wouldn't hesitate to fire. That was why they surrendered so quickly. They had handcuffs on them already, so it was easy for Kasai and others to restrain them. Security guards had never thought they'd be wearing the cuffs themselves. They had especially never dreamed of being locked up in a toilet. Their hands were cuffed to the pipes behind them as they sat on the toilet seats. Their mouths were stuffed with hand towels, then covered with duct tape. Shion, clearly amused, remarked on how she always wanted to do this to someone. Kasai couldn't help but laugh.
Thank you, Shion.
So far, so good. The real challenge is the basement. They'll see us on a security camera.
Is that camera black and white? And is the screen divided into 4 sections?
I think so. It's one of those typical screens for a security camera.
That means its resolution isn't that great, huh? In that case, I have an idea.
Shion-san, maybe they've already suffered enough. The mountain dogs weren't only locked in the bathroom, but had to go through extreme humiliation. Radio calls continued to come from the mountain dogs, who were fighting up in the mountains. The security guards listened to them intently over the speakers. From what they could hear, it was obvious the mountain dogs weren't doing well at all. They kept falling into traps, suffering heavy losses, all of which they had never expected. It was clear that the mountain dogs were trapped, but they even started to think they were being lured into something bigger than a simple military maneuver. The mountain dogs had made a mistake. They assumed the club members went to the mountains to escape from Hinamizawa, but they were wrong. They were simply being lured into their enemy's carefully prepared territory. The panicked voices of the mountain dogs, Takano's yelling, and Okanoki's reprimands could be heard through the speaker. It certainly sounded like a war zone.
Phoenix 1 to Phoenix. Break time is over. We're moving in. We'll take over Heron's positions. We've already suffered critical casualties on our side, but the enemy has steadily retreated, and we almost have them surrounded. We're almost there. We'll use Phoenix to overpower them. The Major will take command. I'm going in too. We'll finish them off.
Hey, the commander's going in as well. Phoenix is going in too. It's an all-out attack.
I can't believe it. Have most of our units been defeated?
Who are we up against anyway? What kind of special unit are they? The security guards listened to the battle reports over their radio, fluctuated between dismay and rejoicing. A cute chime rang suddenly.
What?
It was a warning chime that rang automatically when someone went through the entrance of the basement. When the chime rang, the guards were supposed to check the screen to see who was coming through. The one who looked at the screen needed a moment to comprehend what he was seeing. Hey, it's Director Irie.
What?
They could see two security guards on the first floor restraining Irie and some girl. This is Director Irie, right? What's going on?
Man, they left him tied up and naked in the bathroom, huh?
I get it. The unit fighting against the mountain dogs are diversions. Those two are here to rescue Tomatake Flash.
Call the Major and let her know we have the Director. A buzzer sounded and a computer panel displayed information about the card being used to enter. Commissioned Officer Pass, ID 001, Special Grade 1, Lieutenant Colonel Kyosuke Irie, Director. Passers being entered. Match. Fingerprint confirmation. Match. Huh? How strange. The security guards brought Irie down. That made sense. But why were they using the Director's security access card? They were even using his fingerprint. Why were they having him do that? Wouldn't it be quicker for the guards to do that themselves? One of the guards figured it out, but it was too late. The door to the basement was open, and the four newcomers forced their way inside. They ran through the security camera screen and were headed straight for the security room. They had them. As soon as the door opened, the security guards started firing. Akasaka realized that if it had taken a second longer to pull back, it would have been riddled with hundreds of bullets. One of the guards pushed the desk into its side. The paper cups on the desk fell to the floor, spilling coffee everywhere. They used the desk as a barricade. The other two guards started to shoot at random. As long as the guards were shooting at the rescue unit, they couldn't counterattack. One of the guards activated the emergency alarm, and another picked up the submachine gun off the wall. The other one picked up a gas mask. It's impressive that they got their act together so quickly. A situation like this would result in a fierce gun battle, meaning that it would take quite a while for the rescue team to suppress the guards. The emergency alarm sounding in the basement reminded them that the surprise attack had failed.
Shit. We couldn't do it. But they're stuck in that room. While they're there, we can rescue Satoshi-kun and Tomatake Flash.
The mountain dogs outside would definitely hear that alarm. If they took too long, the enemy would come block their escape routes. Then they'd be trapped inside. Right. I think this is something about dealing with intruders in the security system. Irie started to speak while he tried to recollect it. Shion told him that he should have remembered something like that before they came in. Before Irie remembered, a voice came over the speakers. There has been an emergency in the entrance block. All areas in the research center will be shut down as an emergency measure. All entrance area staff are to gather in the security room and put on gas masks. Please follow the security guard's instructions. The gas will be disseminated automatically in the entrance area within 2 minutes. I repeat.
So we'll have to take them down and cancel the alarm within 2 minutes, or we'll be in big trouble. Oh, what kind of gas are we talking about here? Is it poisonous?
I think it's diphenylcynoracine.
Kazum type.
If you inhale a lot of it, it's dangerous, but it's not deadly. It only takes a few seconds to take effect. There are many symptoms, but the most common one is to sneeze for about 30 minutes.
Isn't that also called Red Agent? The military used to use it to secure enemy areas. They either had to run out of there immediately or take over the security room, but since the area had been sealed off, they couldn't escape. But there were armed guards in the security room, and if the rescue unit members even peeked around the corner, they'd be shot at mercilessly.
Damn, this won't work. We can't aim and shoot in this situation. The basics of indoor combat. Grenades, huh? Shit, we don't have any.
If we rush in, we'll be shot at. What can we do?
Satoshi-kun is finally within my reach. Damn it!
Shion pressed her forehead against her gun, gritting her teeth in frustration. As Kasaya analyzed the situation, he stood up and spoke. Everyone, let me handle this.
Okay, Kasai?
The guards in the security room are on edge too. Once the gas was flowing, everything would come to an end, but the guards knew their enemy wouldn't just sit and wait for that to happen. They'd come rushing in regardless of the counterattack they'd face. Although the guards still had the upper hand, it'd be a point-blank gunfight. They wouldn't come out of it unscathed. Therefore, as the deadline approached, their tension increased. The guards never even considered that the door they opened would be shut again. They fired at the door, leaving many small holes in it. After that, it all went quiet. What were they thinking? There was nowhere to hide. The gas was about to be released. Why did they close the door? For what reason did they do that? That was when a loud explosion punched a hole in the door the size of a fist.
Kasai using slugs, by the way.
Not only the door, but the wall in the security room had a similar hole.
Is that a magnum? No, that's a slug.
A calm voice echoed from the other side of the door. Correct. This weapon isn't meant to be fired at a person. You know how powerful it is, right?
Shit!
The power of a slug bullet is limited to extremely close-range battles, but it is also extremely powerful. After all, it's fired from a shotgun, but it doesn't scatter. A shotgun is meant to fire scatter shots, but it can be used to fire only one huge, incredibly powerful bullet. That's the slug. It's usually used for hunting. It's used to shoot at animals, not humans. If it was to be used on a human, their arms and legs would be shattered, and nothing would be left of the head. It wouldn't even be called a bullet, it should be called a cannon. It would easily pierce through the door, the desk they were using as a barricade, and any guards hiding behind the desk before slamming into the wall. The guards understood very well just how powerful it was. The kind of guns they had shot out many small bullets, therefore they didn't work as well through a door. But their enemies didn't care about the door at all. Their weapon could easily pierce through anything. Hiding behind a desk doesn't mean a thing. You understand how powerful my weapon is, correct? If you don't want to die, please turn the alarm off.
Calm down. The gas will be released any minute. We have to hang in there just for a few more seconds.
Don't you realize your guts will be scattered all over the floor before that happens? Kasai's voice was extremely intimidating. Only one who truly understood the power of a shotgun could talk that way.
We don't have any time. Oh no, this is...
We don't have time. I'll give you 5 seconds. If that alarm isn't turned off in 5 seconds, well, be prepared for that.
Hey, what do we do? It's about 60 seconds left before the gas is released.
Calm down. He's nervous too. Don't let him take control of the situation. That was when a deep voice rang out, reverberating through the pit of their stomachs. Hey, I've been nice up until now, but didn't you hear what I just said? It must have been coming from the same person, but it changed so quickly. I, Tatsuyoshi Kasai, am giving you the chance to live. Aren't you being grateful for that, you pieces of shit?
It's the Yakuza voice! He's in the Yakuza mode!
You don't think I'm serious, do ya? Huh? Huh? Answer me!
Oh, he's in full fucking Yakuza mode. Okay.
A roar and explosion sounded at the same time. The upper half of the door disappeared. Numerous lead balls bounced around the room, breaking the lights and ricocheting off the walls. Shattered glass fell onto the floor. The shotgun had turned the security room into hell. The hurricane of lead balls flew violently through the room as it shattered, scattered, and destroyed everything. The guards could only cover their heads and pray. They prayed the lead balls wouldn't hit them, and they endured the falling glass. Before they had the chance to recover, Kasai jumped in through what was left of the door and kicked the desk aside. He stepped onto the guard's head, and yelled at the others. Alright, who wants to be minced first, huh? Is it you? What happened to the attitude just now, huh? Huh?
No, I give up. Don't shoot.
Don't waste my time, you shithead. Do you want to die? I've dealt with far more dead people than any of you. Idiot.
Sorry, please don't kill me.
They dropped their guns violently and got on the floor with their hands on their heads. Even Shion couldn't believe what just happened. There were several of them, and all had been amply armed. Kasai had a weapon too, but it was his presence that defeated them. Even the mountain dogs couldn't equal what Kasai once had to go through. What the heck are you taking a nap for? Do you want to inhale the gas? I can easily rip your mask off, you know. Turn the fucking alarm off already!
Okay, I'll turn it off. I will. Don't shoot. Don't shoot.
One of the guards got up in a hurry and switched the alarm off. Kasai stood there calmly, but they were only seconds away from the gas releasing. Shion and Akasaka came to their senses and quickly moved into the room to help Kasai subdue the guards.
Kasai, you are...
I never wanted to do something like that again, but it was an emergency. Please forget about it.
Dude, Kasai is actually great.
That was the Kasai Shion knew. But in the end, Kasai hadn't killed anyone. Shion remembered Kasai telling her how terrifying shotguns were in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. That was Shotgun Tatsu, whom all the people in Shishibane were afraid of. Let's hurry. The alarm has gone off already. We can't stay for long.
You're right. Let's hurry.
Akasaka and Kasai pulled out the guards' handcuffs and restrained them.
Very impressed they've done all this without killing anyone so far. Satoshi-kun? Where's Satoshi-kun?
Now that the security room was under their control, Shion realized there was nothing keeping her from seeing Satoshi. She was getting anxious. Irie had shown her the map. He must be down here, she thought. Shion had already started to run.
I'm going too. We have to evacuate Satoshi-kun and Tomatake-san.
Alright, go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Akasaka felt a chill running down his spine. Irie said there were 6 security guards. Shion wasn't paying attention to anything else. She was only thinking about her reunion with Satoshi, and she still can't hear her in her left ear. To make things worse, the security guard is waiting on the left side of Shion. Shion had to regret letting her guard down just a bit too early. The mountain dog jumped out and grabbed Shion. He choked her neck with his thick arm. There's no way Shion could get out of this situation alone. Irie saw what had happened. Fortunately, their backs were turned towards him. Here was Irie's chance to attack the enemy. But today, Irie had lost a lot of confidence in himself. He felt he hadn't done anything right all day. Fighting wasn't his expertise, so there really wasn't anything he could have done. But he was disappointed in himself for not being able to help just the same. But in that moment, he was the only one who could do anything. If possible, he wanted to go get Kasai or Akasaka. They were both very reliable. They could take out this man in an instant. But there was no time for that. Only in this moment was his back facing Irie. If Irie didn't do anything, the dog was sure to take Shion hostage, creating a deadlock. Enemy backup could arrive at any moment, so being in a deadlock would mean death. Therefore, Irie couldn't depend on anyone else. He had to resolve the situation himself. He only had one chance. Once the unit member turned around, the deadlock would begin. But there was even a way for Irie to knock down him. Was there even a way for Irie to knock him down with just one shot? No, he had to. He must. Shit, sorry. There we go. There had to be something that only Irie could do. Irie took a mechanical pencil out of his pocket. It was probably the strongest weapon he had.
Wah!
Yeah. Ow. Damn it. Director. Ow.
Irie stabbed the man's neck with his mechanical pencil, but it only scratched him a little. What was he thinking? The man drew his gun, pressed it to Shion's head, and created a stalemate, just as Irie predicted.
Sorry. I was only thinking about Satoshi-kun.
Shion's eyes were filled with tears.
Okay, Director. Could you please tell your friends to get rid of their weapons? Going by that huge sound before, one of you has a pretty big gun. I don't want to get shot with that.
Come on, Irie. Remember, Kasai sounds familiar. You can do it. Don't make me laugh. Do you really think you can deal with me? Here, in the basement of the Irie Institute?
Irie went to the strip naked when fighting somebody to confuse them school of combat.
What? What?
Don't assume this is a regular mechanical pencil. This is actually a syringe that Takano-san developed. Do you want to know what was in it? Do I need to explain?
What? What?
If a regular person had said that, it wouldn't have worked. But Irie was wearing his white coat, and the basement was his territory. What he just said sounded very believable. He wanted to believe that Irie was lying, but he started to feel an itch on the back of his neck. H178 is a drug Takano-san created. It's the masterpiece of the 170 series. There's no treatment. The symptoms symptoms such as confusion, delusion, headaches, runny nose, stuffy nose, constipation, and many other things that start within a few minutes. In the end, you will scratch your butt so hard you will bleed to death. The only cure is to take the antidote within 1 minute.
That's a lie.
The seconds have passed. It's going through your heart by now, I'm sure. And soon it'll be everywhere in your body. Don't your lymph nodes itch yet? Do you snore or fart when you sleep?
Shion could only watch this pathetic act in silence. But for the mountain dog who worked at such a shady research center, what Irie said sounded totally believable.
Shit. Okay. I give up. Hurry up and give me the shot.
Is that the correct way to ask someone to do something for you?
Okay. I give up, sir. Please give me the shot.
No, that's not good enough. That's not how you talk to your master. I'll tell you one more time. Are you ready? I have to inject you in the butt. Get on your hands and knees with your pants down. After that, stick your butt up by putting your shoulders on the floor. Bite your right thumbnail and turn around. There you go. Shake your butt and beg me to give you the antidote. What? You can't do that. That's sad. Ever since ancient times, maids vowed to complete their loyalty to masters. Their selfless devotion has created the virtues and culture we enjoy today. But look at what is happening to that wonderful Japan nowadays. Youngsters have forgotten the spirit of maids, tainted the skin, started wearing loose socks in flashy Hawaii fashion. Oh, what happened to Japanese women of the good old days? Be careful of excess tanning, take care of your skin, keep it smooth.
I'm not even
Come to
hitting
sing.
anything. She's
Japan
just
has forgotten
going. She's just
all the
going.
wabi-sabi aesthetic maids, low birth rate, as a result of that, the middle-aged population continues to grow, and it's only a matter of time, but the more immune starts targeting that audience. Middle-aged women and the maids are just like different kinds of toilet detergent. They're dangerous to mix. If you mix them together, then you get housekeepers and not maids. And housekeepers will be a series of videos people watch. That would mean the extension of maids when the time comes and the moon will shadow the sun, sad rain over the world, the Neshra will cover the earth, and the judgment day prophesies of revelations. When the great maid headbands cover the entire world, the true king of maids will revive. Listen carefully. You stand before the king of maids. Kneel, take back the stone from that kid! Made in heaven! Made in heaven!
It's not a fucking part 6 reference.
That is judgment prophesied by revelations. When the great man headbands cover the entire world, the king true maids will revive. Made in heaven!
fucking sucks, man. Again, EDA went to the strip all of your clothes off and start furiously masturbating to win fucking School of Combat. Are you okay, Shion-chan? Yes, thank you. Coach, Akasaka and Kasai are here. They got him.
What? But I'm not finished teaching him about the maids yet!
You can continue later, Doctor. You know, this group of four I didn't think would be funny. They're really good.
I fucking love EDA.
Satoshi-kun.
There really was nobody left to stop her. Shion ran down the hallway at full speed. It was right there. There was a huge window in front of Shion that allowed her to look inside. Shion threw herself at the window. Satoshi was there.
Oh my god, he's there.
Lying on the bed. He was sleeping with an IV connected to his arm. There were some wires attached to his forehead and chest to observe his brainwaves. The waves of light displayed on the machine they connected to proved that he was at least still alive. But he might be sleeping very deeply. His face was pale, and he looked like there was barely any life left in him.
He is alive, right? Satoshi-kun is alive, isn't he?
Calm down. Dr. Irie, hurry! Irie brought in a stretcher to load Satoshi onto. Kasai opened it up.
Hurry, put Satoshi-kun on it.
Shion-san, before we take him out of here, there's one thing I want you to promise me.
Irie gave Shion a condition. What is he saying now? Shion angrily thought.
I'm going to move him onto the stretcher, but don't try to wake him up. Do you understand? I want you to promise me.
What? Why? Why can't I wake him up?
That was the first thing Shion wanted to do. She wanted to tell him personally that he was free, but Irie was telling her that she couldn't do that.
I know it's hard, but I'm going to tell you the truth quickly. Satoshi-kun suffered serious emotional damage on that day. Fortunately, he's alive, but he can't tell his friends from his enemies, or truth from fiction. He is suffering from a serious delusion of persecution and fear. To escape from that, he would attack anyone. In fact, one of the clinic staff was seriously injured last year. So much that she had to go through facial reconstruction surgery. He would even attack you.
Shion finally noticed it. While Satoshi was covered in a blanket on the bed, there were two belts over the blanket, holding him down on the bed. And that he also had leather straps around his arms. He was restrained to the bed. The belts had some marks on them.
But is he ever going to get better?
The silence that followed was cruel. Irie wanted to tell her that he would be cured, but he was a doctor. He knew that he shouldn't say anything irresponsible, and so that was why he couldn't say anything.
What is it? What the heck is it? Are you saying Satoshi-kun will never say anything anymore? He will never rub my head ever again? Why?
Shion cried as she pounded on the glass.
Stop! If you really care about him, please don't wake him up. That's what he wants too. If you wake him up, he will likely hurt you. He doesn't want you to see him like that either. So please, try to understand.
Why?
Shion slid down the window and hit the floor, crying uncontrollably. She scratched at the floor, the sad reunion, and her anger made her claw at the tiles. If Satoshi's smile was there under the floor, Shion would scratch until all of her nails were gone. But Satoshi wasn't under the floor. He was right there. He was sleeping on the bed, and he wasn't supposed to be woken up.
But there's some good news too. It was a very small change, but his brainwaves have improved just a little bit in the past year. Human bodies are strong. The same can be said about their brains. There have been cases of people who received fatal injuries to the brains yet recovered completely. Satoshi-kun is trying very hard to come back. He's continuing to fight. I won't give up either. I'm doing my best to bring Satoshi-kun back to our side. And I will bring Satoshi-kun back to Hinamizawa.
It is so fucking based, man. He's so good.
The brain is what moves people, but the brain is only part of a body. If something happens to the brain, the person will end up changing. That change hurts the person himself, as well as the people around him. And hurting others hurts that person even more. Ida recalled his parents, the abnormal change in his father. His mother was not able to understand that it was caused by a brain disorder. That was enough. That was sad enough. That was the reason why Ida became a neurologist. Right now, there is a young boy before him, and a young girl. Before him was a fragment of the sadness from that day. A fragment of that day's regret. After his father's death, Ida learned that he was misunderstood, and that was due to a brain disorder. But it was all too late by then. He regretted not getting into the study of brains 5 years earlier, but it was too late. But now he had studied and experienced so much. He had achieved things, and he had confidence. But he still had regrets about that day. Irie holds his fist tightly and spoke without hiding his tears. I promise! I bet my life on it. I will bring Satoshi back to Hinamizawa. I promise you. Satoshi-kun is trying to come back. If we reach out to each other, it will happen. Shion-san, please, trust me and wait. I promise you, I will bring him back to Hinamizawa. Irie vowed this from the bottom of his heart, and he realized something. Irie realized that everything he had done was in preparation for this day. The two people in front of him weren't his parents, but he was going to rid himself of his regrets and devote himself to that promise.
Really? Are you sure? Is Satoshi-kun coming back? Really?
Yeah, he is. I bet my life on it. He's coming back to Hinamizawa. So Shion-san, please wait until that day, and we'll welcome him back together. Do you think you can wait until that day comes? Can you keep this secret from Satoko-chan?
Yes. If Satoshi-kun is coming back, I'll do anything. I'll endure anything.
Please, look over there.
There was something in the corner of that dark room.
Is it the bear?
The giant
Dude,
teddy
he's
bear
fucking cracked.
that Satoshi had bought that day.
He worked so hard and saved a lot of money to buy that for Sadako-chan's birthday. Can you imagine Satoshi-kun leaving it without giving it to Sadako-chan? No, you can't, can you? Satoshi-kun will come back to you and Satoko-chan with that teddy bear. Please, just wait until that day comes.
Can I come visit him, though?
Of course.
Can I sit next to him and read a book to him? Oh,
Absolutely. I'm sure he'd like that too.
oh.
Shion started to cry again. Akasaka came in with Tomatake,
Flash.
but he couldn't say anything to her.
Yeah, I'm glad you're safe. Once you call the Bloodhounds, everything will be okay. Well,
Fucking holy shit. Going from Akasaka to Tomatake sucks.
yeah, Keiichi, there it is. Well, it won't be that easy. That gunfight earlier destroyed the radio equipment in the security room. The mountain dogs must have cut all the communication leading out of the village.
Why is there sound? Stop.
So the only way to get in touch with Tokyo would be to leave.
If that was the case, we'll have to break through in it. If that's the case, we'll have to break through. We'll have to break through in a car. Mion-san and the others are doing a great job getting some time for us, but they will be cornered eventually. We have to take Tomatake-san out of the village so we can call the Bloodhounds.
We have a problem. If they already cut the phone line, they must have closed the road to the town too. They're also supposed to carry one high explosive anti-tank weapon in case a vehicle tries to break through. Thank you, Tomato.
An RPG-7, they aren't expecting the tank, so I guess they'll be using high explosives. Even if they don't hit us directly, they might flip the car. They're not easy to deal with.
But unless we use the highway, it would take too much time. We can't take any detours. They're all doing great, but I don't think they'll last until the sunset. We gotta hurry. We don't have any time to waste, huh? We've gotta take Mr. Tomatake Flash to Okinomiya immediately. Coach, head to a safe place with Satoshi-kun. Let's get out of here quickly. It's only a matter of time before they show up.
Xian's eyes were swollen from crying, but she had calmed down. Satoshi's safety depended on their victory. They had to win for his sake, too. Although this is a very sad situation, Satoshi was alive, and he would be back someday. Xian understood that, but yet, more tears poured from her eyes.
Sis, everyone, thank you. We've succeeded over here. Mion's like, oh, they've done it.
Takano didn't have enough stamina to walk around the mountains. She was running out of breath. But even so, she continued to scream at the mountain dogs on the radio. She wasn't using an intercom like the mountain dogs were. Instead, she was using the communication unit on the back of one of the dogs, so he constantly had to listen to her yelling. Damn! Everyone is so useless! How can they call themselves a special unit? Whatever happened to the famous mountain dogs, huh? Takano bit her lower lip and squeezed her left arm with her nails. Her arms had nail marks all over them. She was holding her grandfather's research scrapbook in her left hand. Even Takano didn't even know why she was holding it. Maybe she grabbed it unconsciously because she wanted her grandfather to comfort her. The mountain dogs had already suffered devastating damage. They had to walk around in an area they weren't familiar with, and they wasted their energy on the multitude of traps that had been set. Although they were as tough as can be, they are getting exhausted.
Okay. Shit. Does the Major even know any commands other than attack?
Nightingale 1 to Nightingale 13. Watch out! Your left wing is down. You're next!
You've gotta be kidding me. Why me, damn it?
He panicked. The same thing kept happening. His team members had been going down one at a time, starting from the left flank, and he was next. Did that mean the enemy was coming from its 9 o'clock? No, those demons didn't think normally. On this mountain, being aware of 360 degrees around yourself wasn't enough. Even being cautious of the ground below your feet and sky above your head wasn't enough. Where are they fucking coming from? Those bastards! Come here, come the fuck at me! Nightingale 13 held his taser in front of him as he looked around timidly. This taser could have been a powerful weapon, but it was far more effectively used indoors. On this mountain, it was almost worthless. Nightingale 13 heard a noise behind him from a bush. He thought he saw something, so he fired his taser. The electrodes flew out into the bush. Did he just imagine it? He felt a tug on his taser. The cord from the taser was stuck in the bush, and he couldn't rewind it. If it wasn't useless before, it had certainly become that way. Then he heard a noise behind him again, and this time he saw someone coming at him. But this weapon was useless. The newcomer growled at him.
Huh? Huh?
Oh! Ah, damn you! That was all it took. Because he was so scared, he didn't think. That was exactly what Sadako expected. Sadako, who was up in the tree, dropped a metal bucket on its head.
God damn it.
And it landed perfectly. Wow, what the heck? What is this? The bucket had some drawings on it. What were they? They were drawings of strange unknown creatures. They somehow resembled those strange characters you see on educational TV programs. Aren't they just so cute? I want to take them home with you. As Rena jumped out from another bush, she hit the bucket with a stick.
Ow.
No, maybe it should be described as a strike. Instead of a hit, the man flew backwards. Keiichi was ready for him. The stance he was in looked a bit like... That's it. He looked like a batter in a batter's box. He was on one foot that was the legendary 1 foot swing created by that one world famous baseball player. Destructive force can be measured just by one direction. It's a function of both speeds added together. Both Keiichi's strike and the speed of his opponent created a truly amazing destructive force.
Whoa! A home run bunt!
With an exhilarating and magnificent sound, the mountain dog flew into the air in the opposite direction. Then he rolled down to the ground and stopped. There, Rika awaited him. It was almost as though they calculated that he would end up there. Poor thing, pat pat, meep, meep, star. Rika petted the bucket happily. This comforting moment for Nightingale 13 only lasted a second. Mion shot her taser at his butt. Nightingale 13 jerked for a moment, then went limp.
Another one down. Let's tie him up.
Keiichi and Rena jumped on him and tied his hands behind his back with wire.
Ow, ow! That was great! What a team we are! Oh, that was perfect! We shall do combination 7 next. Ow, ow! I want to do 5 again. Oh, you like that one, didn't you? You must have a hidden trap, or what? A hidden talent for using traps, Hanyu-san.
Hanyu and Sadako high-fived.
They gave this man permanent fucking brain damage, by the way. Hearing blown up, concussion given, CTE, live with. Like.
While Keiichi and Rena tied Nightingale 13 up, Rika tried to sense something in the air. Meep, meep, meep. Bing! I feel something coming towards us from that direction. Meep, meep, meep. There are 2, and they're both very scared. Nipa star. Rika reported to Mion. She was a bit like a radar. Mion didn't even care about the guy they had just knocked out. She was already trying to figure out their next move while looking at Sadako's map and using the info Rika gave her. Everyone eagerly awaited Mion's next order.
Why are you looking at me that way? You haven't had enough fun yet? Yeah, I guess we're just getting warmed up, huh? Shall we continue? Let's get them all.
Yeah! Mion was a great leader. She had both leadership skills and tactical ability, but more than anything else, she was great at encouraging the people's spirits. There are no cowardly soldiers under a brave general, and brave soldiers fight like a million men under Mion's command.
Have you watched Tanya the Evil?
Yeah.
Mion has the Tanya leadership.
Nobody could stop Mion and her club members. Both Mion and Okanogi's original estimates were too low. Now Okanogi was thinking something else. Before they started the siege, he likened one of them to a well-trained platoon, but that didn't fit anymore. They were on par with an elite armored division. Foot soldiers couldn't beat an armored division. What Okanogi had was just a company, and was the air support or the bombardment from a warship? Where was the air support or the bombardment from a warship or an artillery base? Okanogi needed someone to pump the mountain full of holes.
Buddy has gotten so much PTSD from this battle, he went back to Afghanistan.
If he couldn't have that, he needed a submarine to fire a nuclear weapon. If he couldn't have that, then he wanted to retreat. Okanogi had no longer doubted it. The enemy commander was a genius. Under a mighty commander, all soldiers became heroes. He wanted to see the face of the commander, or at least he wanted to know their name. But then Okanogi remembered that demons used to live in Hinamizawa. He also realized that the commander had to be a demon.
This is Nightingale 13. I'm down.
Phoenix 4, I'm down.
This is Skylark 10. I can hear the voices of children. I'm surrounded. Help. Help me.
Skylark 10, fall back, fall back.
To where? Ah!
This is Phoenix 9. I found R. I'm following her. I need assistance.
Phoenix 9, where are you? I don't know where you are. Give me your current location.
There is a fog. It's so cold. Is this the riverbank?
Phoenix 9, there are no rivers anywhere near us. Calm down, where are you?
What? I can see my dead sister on the other side of the river. Sis!
What did they do to him, man? Phoenix 9, answer me. Phoenix 9 is down.
But this is impossible. They must be the demons of the mountain. I know. They're all being demoned away. None of us are making it out of here alive tonight.
It's like 12:30. It is the middle of the day. It is the middle of the fucking day. They have put these boys so far into hell, they think it is the middle of fucking night.
Stop saying things like that. All unit leaders, conduct a roll call and give your members some encouragement. Our enemies aren't demons. They're just a bunch of damn kids. I think this is Okanogi.
Stop saying things like that. All unit leaders, conduct a roll call and give your members some encouragement. Our enemies aren't demons. They're just a bunch of damn kids. Show them what we've got. I hear that. Whose intercom is that coming from? Not mine. Oh, yeah, not mine. It's not coming from mine.
A bear! Wah!
This is Phoenix 3. Are there wild bears here? That wasn't in the briefing. Phoenix 1, let's fall back. Give us approval to use firearms. Oh my god, they're getting obliterated.
Don't be stupid. There are no wild bears around here. It's just them. Don't let them fool you. Yeah, this is on you.
You foolish humans, know your sins for stepping into the sacred ground. Be grateful to me, for I am giving you a chance to atone.
Definitely on you.
Damn it! She has one of our intercoms.
Oh, I think it's
Don't let the enemy fool you.
No shot.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can do the Sadako read.
I don't know.
We'll send it. They're passing it around, puff, puff, pass.
Alright.
You fearless humans. If you can learn, or if you can only learn by making mistakes, then I shall teach you. Nightingale 1.
This is Nightingale 1. Where is everyone? Where did you all go? Come in! Come in!
Yeah, okay. I see a helpless bird getting lost in the Forbidden Forest. Do you want to know that badly? Do you want to know about the world of demons? Say goodbye to the world of humans. Curse your foolishness for not listening to my warning.
Who was that? Nightingale, roll call. One more down. Who was it? By the way, HQ, I have someone on my left, right? I'm not alone, am I?
Do you want to hear more painful voices?
Yeah!
What? What was that? What made that sound?
I've seen someone jump in front of a train before and made the exact same sound. That's the sound of a human body being crushed.
No, I don't want to die like that. I don't want to die. Please, God of the mountain, please stop. I'm not doing this because I want to. I'm doing this because I get paid for it.
Nightingale 1 to base. This isn't working. Too many unit members are dropping out and it's almost impossible to get them to fight anymore. We can't maintain the battle line. We're just going to lose more men.
Calm down, Nightingale 1. The rest of our soldiers are all amateurs in the field. You graduated from that hell. So what are you doing getting shook up? Calm down and set an example.
Base, there's no response from Nightingale 1. I can't believe it, but he's down. This is impossible. They're demons.
No. Damn it. Our enemy is even using psychological warfare. Those damn punks are winning against professional, unconventional warfare units.
Radios are usually helpful communication tools, but in this case, they backfired. The club members took an intercom from the mountain dog they knocked out and used it to corner the other members psychologically. It even worked more effectively because they were in enemy territory and were unfamiliar with the terrain. The best solution would be to make everyone stop using the intercom, but that would give the enemy more chances to attack them individually. Okanogi was growing fearful of the club members, as he still hadn't grasped their true intentions. However, Takano still hadn't recognized how serious the situation was. She kept yelling at the mountain dogs to get their act together. Okanogi could tell that she was exactly the type of commander who only commanded to attack and let her men die. But Takano's reckless orders were working in a way. Although the club members were winning, their area of operation was getting smaller.
Russia.
The club members were trying to lure their enemies to one trap area after another. In other words, they were defeating the mountain dogs by allowing them to come into their territory. The mountain dogs were about to be annihilated, but the curtains were closing on the club members' theater too. Okanogi realized his enemies were trying to finish the battle in a hurry. If the mountain dogs fell back, everything they had done would be for nothing. He didn't want to, but he had to follow the princess's order. Okanogi figured he was finally about to get his enemies. Hanyu and Keiichi continued to act over the commandeered radio.
Hanyu and Keiichi.
How? That was great, Hanyu-chan. You sound like a real god.
You really were awesome, Hanyu. I never thought a normal person could sound like that.
That's because she is a god. Nipa star.
Ow, ow, ow! But Keiichi was great too. His scream was incredible, like someone was strangling a chicken. Oh, that was easy for Keiichi-san, no? In our club, he's known as the magician of words.
He finally got the term right.
Thank God.
As long as my opponent is a human being with ears, I can control him.
What?
You should become a voice actor. I bet you'd be famous. Nipa star.
Ryukishi plugging Keiichi.
Can you hear me? I'm Takano, Major Takano. I'm your boss's boss. Listen well, there's no god or demon, and if there is, you can still fight. Drag God down from his pedestal. Skylark and Nightingale, join up and reorganize your forces. Phoenix, you join the remainder of Heron, and the enemies are near the top of the mountain. Their base is probably somewhere by the Forestry Service storage shed. They're at the top, so of course they can see our movements. They'll be trying to ambush you. Even if you have to stab each other, make sure you take them out.
Do you want to talk now?
Chopper?
Major, let us arm ourselves. We need more than tasers.
Absolutely not. We finally surrounded them. If we fall back, they'll escape. We almost have our hands around their necks. We just have to squeeze them.
At the same time, Okanogi received another radio call. Using that line meant his caller didn't want Takano to hear the conversation. Okanogi understood the meaning of that, so he walked away from Takano and entered quietly.
Command vehicle to Phoenix 1. There's been an emergency. The research area of the clinic has been attacked. We've received the intruder alarm from the entrance area, but it was turned off. But whoever turned it off didn't follow the false alarm procedure. We've been trying to confirm the situation, but there has been no response as of yet. All the security unit members in the basement have gone quiet.
Okanogi understood everything. He had been fooled. He suspected a diversion, but he never even thought that the heavily armed security unit of the Mountain Dogs could be bested. If the enemies were soldiers in camouflage, then he wouldn't have been fooled. He underestimated them because he thought they were kids. But now he really understood. He understood the reason why no adults had showed up to this battle on the mountain.
I get it. Did you let Cuckoo and Tokyo know? Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Would you like me to?
Do it now. Tomatake Flash has escaped. We've closed the escape route, but I guess that's no use. They defeated even the armed security unit within seconds. I don't think one RPG could stop them.
Should we send reinforcements to through to the blockade team.
Fool! If we had any extra men, the princess would have already sent them in. Actually, you're the only one who isn't doing anything. Get in touch with the blockade team. Tell them to be prepared for a vehicle trying to break through the roadblock.
Roger. Roger, we'll be ready. Everyone, listen up. I just found out that the clinic has been attacked and the hostage has escaped. The enemy is expected to break through the blockade. Get the RPG ready. We'll fire at them all at once. We have the permission to shoot. One of the mountain dogs nodded and opened a narrow case in the trunk of the van. In that case was a powerful anti-tank weapon designated RPG-7. This is a weapon that many said changed the history of modern warfare. After all, this terrifying weapon had a firing range of over several hundred meters and was capable of burying most tanks in existence.
I gotta know. Hold on.
The dawn of this weapon meant that we were now in an age where a lone foot soldier possessed the firepower to destroy a tank. It was capable of reshaping the history of warfare. That was the RPG-7. Each of the other 4 members had an MP5, the weapon used to destroy the tire on EDA's car. There's no question that the blockade team was well armed. They waited in a van until the enemy vehicle showed up. Once they saw a suspicious vehicle, they were planning to stop it by moving onto the middle of the road. They were intending on destroying that vehicle by firing it all at once. They all watched very carefully for suspicious vehicles coming from Hinamizawa. This was the only road that connected Hinamizawa to Okinomiya. It would take more than half a day to get there if you used a different route. Their blockade was where the gravel road blockade was where the gravel road changed to the paved road. It was what people called the village border, and it was the last chance to stop anyone from leaving. Hinamizawa was at a higher elevation than that from that point, so the vehicle would be coming downhill.
They're gonna get hit with a decoy car. Downhill, they're gonna put that bitch in neutral and just let it roll.
They were probably expecting a barricade, as well as heavy resistance from the mountain dogs. If they wanted to pass this point, the only way that would be by force. They could start a gunfight, but that would take too much time. Since they didn't want to waste any, they should avoid unnecessary conflict. Grumble. Someone's stomach growled, but nobody made fun of it. That was understandable, since all the members were getting ready for a battle. Nobody even wanted to laugh. We looked at the clock. It was almost noon.
No one is escaping alive tonight. Literally 11:45 a.m.
Of course, we'd be getting hungry. At that time, they heard a noise coming from the direction of Hinamizawa. Obviously, the car was going very fast. Here they come! The here they come image, but it's a car roaring down a hill. The van moved in the middle of the road and stopped there. Some of them hid behind the van, and some hid in the bushes of the side of the road. They pointed their guns at the suspicious vehicle coming towards them. The car must have been going very fast, but this was a straight road. No matter how fast it was going, it couldn't escape. That car happened to belong to Kasai. The shining black paint and the sound of the engine made it clear it was a very nice car. Wait until the very last possible second. We can only fire once. Make sure to get them in one shot. The RPG-7 fires unguided rockets. Therefore, hitting a quick-moving target is extremely difficult. In this case, however, their target was straight ahead. The car tried to swerve suddenly, it flipped. If that was the case, it wasn't necessary to shoot directly at it. Besides, according to what Kasai said, its power can easily flip a car without a direct hit. Even if there was only one chance to fire, the mountain dogs are definitely at an advantage position.
Who is this? Kasai, probably. Yeah.
I don't know.
Because, yeah, Kasai calls him Tomitake-san because Akasaka calls him Tomitake, Mr. Tomitake.
Tomitake-san, a suspicious van is blocking the road. Please stay low.
Keiichi, careful. Try to hit the nose of the van.
I know. I've done this before. Mountain dogs aimed at the vehicle. It was coming right for them. Not yet. Not yet. Wait until it's within 100 meters.
I know. Just range me.
The mountain dogs in the bushes laid in wait, ready to fire. The rocket on the tip glinted dearly, like it was waiting for its prey. 200 meters. 150. Prepare to fire. The soldier put his finger on the trigger of the RPG-7. Whoa! This is they're both your characters.
Okay, let's go. Fucking, Geiji, Akasaka-san, prepare for impact.
100 meters. Fire!
Silent. Huh?
What happened? Didn't the RPG-7 fire? That was when the one measuring the distance next to the shooter noticed something. The shooter's shoulder had been hit, and he was tumbling to the ground. Was there a sniper? I didn't hear anything. So it must have been from over 400 meters away. Who cares? Fire, 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 fire! Only the regular guns could stop the car now. The mountain dogs fired all at once, but immediately they realized something. The car had been hit by hail bullets at close range. Any normal car would have been on fire in a short order.
Yeah, I'm like, Kasai's car is armored, dude.
But there was nothing. This wasn't a normal car. Sorry, I don't know why I tried to say that.
Of course it isn't. That's the Sonozaki. I fucking told you. That's the Sonozaki family's specialty-made bulletproof limousine. Kasai, the spotter picked up the RPG. Don't let him fire.
Huh. You think I'm gonna miss him at this distance? Shion and Kasai were far beyond that straight road. They were in the enemy's blind spot on the other side of the hill, on top of an abandoned car. Shion was on her knees, checking the mountain dog's movements with a pair of military-grade high-power binoculars. Kasai was lying on top of the car with a sniper rifle in his hands. Shion figured this would be where the mountain dogs would place their ambush, so the only way for them to beat the dogs was to snipe at them.
Kasai and Shion would be sniper and ranger, spotter and ranger.
Dude, really? Both Shion and Kasai took sniping
They were
lessons
real?
in the U.S. during the dam conflict.
They were real?
It's real fucking lesson, real fucking training, bro.
What?
Kasai was now aiming at the man who picked up the RPG and is trying to take position with it. Hurry! That's you.
Hurry up and fire it. What?
Oh, wait. Again, the RPG wasn't fired and was down to the ground. It was down on the ground. The two had tried to shoot with both groaning and clutching their wounds. They were both shot in the shoulder. The wounds wouldn't kill them, but they definitely couldn't fire that rocket. The car had arrived. The mountain dog screamed and dove out of its way. Akasaka must have been used to driving in this kind of situation. He hit the nose of the van just right and broke through the blockade. The van was hurled away and spun in a circle.
After them. Let's go. Let's go.
As the mountain dogs tried to get back in the van, Shion and Kasai shot at them. There's a delay between the impact and the sound of the gunshot. It's an extra long distance snipe. He must be a veteran sniper.
Also a veteran spotter. They must know exactly where we are. Their aim is just too precise.
The scope on the sniper rifle is one specifically made for sniping. Therefore, its field of vision is so narrow that the sniper is unable to see their surroundings well. That's why it's always necessary to pair up with a spotter. A spotter uses powerful binoculars to probe the situation and communicate information to the sniper. Snipers can't do their job alone. Their potential is unleashed only when paired up with a spotter equally as skilled. They tried to stand up and climb into the van, but the ultra-velocity rifle bullets pinned them down. The bullets ripped through the air, traveling faster than the speed of sound. The noise those bullets created was nothing like the sound of a normal gun. It almost sounded like the Grim Reaper himself swinging down his sight. Furthermore, they could see the mountain dogs, but the dogs couldn't see them. Only those who actually had experience being sniped at could understand this fear. We can't even go near the van! Forget about us! Just go!
Okay, we'll go after him.
There was a driver and one mountain dog in the van. They had to leave, otherwise it would be too late. The driver made a snap judgment and slammed on the gas pedal.
Yeah, are they after us?
God damn it. Geiji, yeah, they're after us. Boy, he drives well. He's catching up in that van. That's worrying. Hey, please, fend him off. Yeah, I'll leave it to you.
Tomatake opened
What?
a window near one of the back seats and leaned out. Hot air blew into the car. Though the car was jolting up and down on the bumpy road, he checked the mechanism of his gun calmly. He did it naturally, as though examining his favorite camera. The gun had been taken from one of the security guards in the basement. One of the dogs in the van held the same gun in his hands. Their weapons were evenly matched. The road was no longer straight, it curved like a snake. There were some bumps and sharp curves which made things in the car fly all over. A gunfight in this situation would be extremely difficult. Tomatake realized he'd run empty in no time if he wasted bullets, so instead of firing recklessly, he carefully waited for the right distance. And in doing so, tried to convince his enemy that they were still out of range by making them close the gap. On the other hand, the mountain dog couldn't take it any longer. He fired, wasting his bullets on the bumpy road. Some of those bullets hit the body of Kasai's car, making a nasty metallic noise.
Hey, Tomatake-san, not safe to lean out like that. Flash. Hey, Keiichi, don't worry. A shooter that clumsy can't hit me. If he was my student, he would have to start all over. In a situation like this, it's safer to wait and see for a moment. We learn to predict our opponent's behavior and shoot dependent on that prediction. Don't try and shoot the target. Try to let the bullet find it. Just like this.
Tomatake fired for the first time, after cautiously waiting for the perfect moment. Those who understood guns would be fascinated with his shooting form. His stance was so firm he didn't lose control, even in the violent bursts of shots. Yet there was no unnecessary tension and just enough slack, despite being in such an anomalous position as leaning out of the car. Tomatake was shooting very precisely. It was nothing like what the mountain dogs did earlier. He shot at just the right time, so his bullet went where it was supposed to go. It was hard to believe that they were using the same gun. Nasty metallic sounds etched themselves into the body of the van, which made the mountain dogs realize just how good Tomatake was. Shit, he's a crazy good shot. He isn't just some office worker in Tokyo.
I heard it once before. First Lieutenant Tomatake Flash was transferred to the offices after an accident, but during his instructor years, he taught marksmanship for unconventional warfare units.
Huh? What are you saying? Are you saying he's... Ah! Tomatake started to aim for the driver's seat to pressure them to give up. The mountain dog could tell they were in a predicament. Tomatake was capable of hitting his targets easily even on such a bad road. Furthermore, they were in a bulletproof limousine, while the mountain dogs were in a regular van. The van, which, incidentally, was facing the limousine in pursuit. All of his shots had just been warning ones. Unless the mountain dogs called off the chase, Tomatake would start shooting them soon enough. They had no chance of winning.
Phoenix 1 in pursuit vehicle. If the blockade was broken through, that's enough. Don't go too far. Tomatake Flash is an expert sniper. Don't throw away your lives.
What do we do? Can we let them go?
Roger, this is the pursuit vehicle. Abandoned in pursuit. We're falling back. Looks like they finally gave up. They're slowing down. Whew. Even after such a gunfight, you're still so calm. I bet you've gone through quite a bit, huh? It's all thanks to my training. Payday 2 perk because of training.
Tomatake, having slid back into the car, raised his fists in victory. He was as easygoing as ever, even after a gunfight. Akasaka felt like he was finally getting to know Tomatake for the first time.
So now all the club has to do is not fumble. Jobber?
I'm gonna need some tea after this. My voice is actually...
That's doable.
First Lieutenant Tomatake, I'm glad you're safe. We were so worried that you couldn't...
Tomatake Flash.
So worried that we couldn't get in touch with you. Tomitake was making a call from a telephone booth outside of Okinomiya. The phone lines around there were on a different network than the one on the Mountain Dogs sabotaged. That was why he could make the call. Tomitake called Tokyo immediately. He told Tokyo that were some spies from the Mountain Dogs within the Tokyo's research division, which was how they found out where he was. He also told them that he was captured and that he had escaped. He told them that they were fooled by the diversion and they were on the mountain as they spoke. While he was captured, Major Takano, the ringleader, had hinted to the existence of masterminds he was working for, etc. He explained everything that he had learned thus far. Please take...
Hey, Geishi, please take control of the Irie Institute immediately. They've all already fired repeatedly, and it will only be a matter of time before the villagers find something out. I urge you to give the command for the Bloodhounds to take action.
Hello, this is Oka from the Research Division. I'm glad you're safe. The Bloodhounds are already standing up by in the air, approximately 30 kilometers south of Hinamizawa.
Isn't Oka the Mountain Dog spy?
No,
I thought it was. Definitely is.
I don't think so.
I think he is.
We've been requesting an order to move in, but the higher-ups are stubborn and don't want any problems, so they've been hesitating. But if you're safe, then that makes things simple. I'll tell them what you just told me now. I'm sure they'll approve the operation immediately. The Bloodhounds will arrive within 20 minutes. Hey, we just got an arrest order from Major Takano, First Lieutenant Okanogi. He also got orders to secure the Irie Institute as well as disarm the Mountain Dogs. All thanks to you. Great job. Tomitake walked out of the telephone box.
Is everything settled? Yeah. The Bloodhounds are moving in. They're already standing by in the air and should arrive within 20 minutes. How powerful are they? These Bloodhounds, that is. The Mountain Dogs are a multi-purpose unit, largely developed to preserve secrecy, but the Bloodhounds are an elite unit specially trained to do battle. Both their skills and their equipment are far superior. Things will be taken care of very quickly.
Akasaka looked at his watch. It was about 12:30. The Bloodhounds would arrive in about 20 minutes. Akasaka remembered how hungry he was. It was lunchtime already. If he was brave enough, he would head to a noodle shop, and by the time he was done, everything would have ended. For the Mountain Dogs, who fought well until the last possible moment, it was ending rather too soon. They were in an area where rice fields and residential area mixed. It was the border of Okinomiya. The sun was covered by a thin layer of silver clouds, and a cool breeze was blowing. It looked like it might even rain a little. The two of them couldn't even remember how many times their lives were threatened that day. They wanted nothing more than to let the rain soak their bodies. After a while, Akasaka spoke.
So what do you think, Tomitake Flash? What do you mean? I think I'll go back to Hinamizawa. They're still fighting. Yeah, that's true. But are you sure? We are safe here. Rika-chan is waiting for me. I haven't kept my promise yet. Okay. Okay. Then let's go back. I actually have something to take care of too. I was thinking of going back anyway. Akasaka-san, have you been on a helicopter before? I have a permit for one. Okay!
They watched the breeze blowing over the rice fields for a while, then returned to the bullet-ridden car. The car set up quickly, and they drove it back the way they came. It was only noon. There was still plenty of time before the Watanagashi festival began.
Me wrapping up my literal war before dinner.
Clouds covered the sky, and it suddenly grew cool. It's going to rain a bit. According to Okanogi's intuition, he already knew that their enemy had broken through the blockade, but he hadn't told Takano about it. By then, it really didn't make any difference if she knew or not, and he also wanted to reach the top of the mountain.
It's about spite right now.
Okanogi was thinking about one thing. He was thinking about the enemy's commander, who made the day so horrible for him. He just couldn't accept his defeat until he saw the enemy commander face to face. the battle was already lost. They just had a princess who didn't think they had yet. With the rest of the mountain dogs fallen to the traps and ambushes, Okanogi had ordered all units except his own to fall back from the front line and into the vehicles. The only ones left to go on were the very determined princess, Okanogi, and himself, and a handful of exhausted members of the mountain dogs who could barely walk. Eventually, the slope became a little more gentle. Okanogi and his companions finally arrived at the storage shack of the Forest Service. The club members were already aware that the mountain dogs had been almost totally annihilated. Both the numbers and the strength of the dogs had fallen far below that of the club members. Therefore, when Okanogi saw his opponents lined up there to welcome them, he wasn't surprised. It was all the kids who'd driven the mountain dogs to destruction that entire day. They had also fought with everything they had, though they overwhelmed us from start to finish. They had used up all their stamina and were on their last legs as well. Still, their willpower kept them standing. A will born of the victor's honor, which God granted only the victors. There she is. It's our Okanogi. Capture her.
Major, how can you even say that to us under these circumstances?
What? Are you disobeying my order?
Oh, no. I have no intention of doing that.
Okanogi removed his communication unit, his taser, and all the heavy equipment he had been carrying. Then he unbuttoned his shirt and told his men to stay put as he stepped forward. He strode forward about half the distance toward the club members.
I am Okanogi, also known as Phoenix One of the Mountain Dogs. I'm here to pay my respects to your leader. May I have their name?
The club members looked at each other. One of them was a girl taller than the others. She couldn't be that old, but her hawk-like eyes were as sharp as a veteran's soldiers. Okanogi didn't know her circumstances, but only those whose lives were threatened on a daily basis had eyes like that.
I'm the leader of this club. My name is Mion Sonozaki.
The girl stepped forward.
How old are you? No, your age doesn't matter. From the turmoil at the police station this morning to the battle on the mountain, were you responsible for it all?
The girl didn't answer, but her silence confirmed it, more strongly than anything she could have said.
You've won this battle. Our princess is the only one who can't understand that. There's nothing else we could do at this point. Tomatake Flash broke through the barricade. I'm sure he's already called Tokyo. I don't know when the suppression unit will arrive, but it's just a matter of time, I'm sure. If you want to laugh, go right ahead.
Okanogi, what are you doing? That's the enemy commander. Take her down.
Don't pay any attention to her. What do you want? You are a leader, and so am I. You understand, don't you? Is he surrendering?
I can't understand. He was in charge of the whole army, and all his men are down, so he can't just nod his head and accept defeat.
So the defeated general can only requite himself by sacrificing himself,
Fine. Do what you need to satisfy yourself. I appreciate it.
Neon took a stance. Okanogi took a stance too. Although Okanogi was nothing like Akisaka, he was still a close combat specialist. Even when exhausted, there was no way Mion could defeat him. Takano thought so too. She thought Mion was underestimating Okanogi, but Mion knew. She knew that she was the only one who could put him at ease.
Are you ready?
No, is this Okinogi?
Okinogi, I think.
Are you ready? Take this!
Huh.
Okinogi readied, launched sharp from his waist. But Mion deflected it to the side with her elbow, wrapped her arm around underneath it, wrenching it back behind him, and forced it up into a hole. And then she twisted his arm even further. Okinogi was certain she was going to snap a bone. It was an excellent technique. She took his arm in one flowing motion. It was clear that Mion's self-defense techniques weren't spur of the moment. However, she didn't break Okinogi's arm, but instead threw him to the ground. She didn't deliver the final blow, but rather chose to look down on him.
Not bad.
Okinogi, what are you doing? Hurry up and subdue her!
Shut up! You just shut up and watch. This is a battle between leaders of men.
Okinogi got up quickly, took his stance once again, and then swung his arm down. But Mion avoided it effortlessly, and just like she did before, she grabbed his arm and turned it around. They were in the same position as before. And just like what happened then,
Mion is so based.
she didn't break his arm, but threw him to the ground and looked down on him.
A rotation throw, huh? The way you move. It's not the Yoshinkan technique, is it? It's the classy Kobukan one. By the way, when you take your opponent's arm, you can knee him in the face if you want.
I see. I'll try that next time.
Keiichi?
I don't know.
Keiichi?
No, these might be jobbers. Or first
No,
Keiichi, then
it's
jobber.
Keiichi.
Okay.
Oh wow, Mion's incredible. She's actually standing toe-to-toe with their commander.
Okinogi, use your weapons! What do you think you're doing?
Here I come. Ha!
He had a stronger drive this time. He tried to kick right through her from a step and a half away. Yet this time, Mion stepped in to launch her own attack. Jumping right towards the foot, trying hard to kick her. Mion kept herself low as she entered close range with Okinogi, shutting out his leg trying to kick her. So of course, he went after her head. Okinogi raised his right arm to elbow her in the skull, but this time Mion rose up, using both hands to keep his arm from sweeping down. Unlike the flowing motions from earlier, this was simply a contest of strength. His physique was overwhelmingly superior to hers, so she couldn't win with that test of strength. But suddenly, Mion let go, and allowed Okinogi's elbow to come down. Then she stepped to the side. Aha! It's another repeat of before. Okinogi's arm was held to his back, then they ended up in the same position. But what came after was different.
Yep.
Okinogi's face lowered as Mion lifted his arm up high, then she swiftly brought her knee up into his face. It was exactly the technique that Okinogi told her about just earlier. And once again, he was down on the ground.
I hate to say it, Okinogi's a rat bastard and everything, but I kind of respect the fuck out of him. I won't lie.
He's pretty cool.
That's it. You learn quickly, don't you? You know strategies, tactics, and combat. You already have everything you need to be an efficient commander. You should have been in my position. You should have been the one to lead those shitty mountain dogs.
Huh? Sorry, I never want to be a leader of a shady unit like yours.
Mion scoffed. Okinogi took it with a smile, too. He wasn't trying to be humble. It was just his pure reaction.
You're right. You shouldn't waste your talent on Japanese unconventional warfare units. I bet you could lead the SAS, Delta Spetsnaz. Whichever you joined, you'd be one of their best. In any case.
SAS, Delta Force, lame. All of that is just way too boring.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You're right. Then tell me, what kind of folks do you want to be the CO for?
I'm not interested in being in charge of any units at all. Being a leader's fine.
A leader? The leader of the British intelligence service, huh?
Fucking guy.
That's fitting.
Neon jump scare.
No way. Listen, there's only one club I want to lead. That's the club in our Hinamizawa branch school. I'm not interested in games without penalties. The magician of words, Keiichi Mayabara. Seeker of all things adorable and cute, Rina Ryugu. Trapmaster Sadako. And the charming enticer, Rika-chan. And last but not least, our newcomer, Hanyu Furude. I'll never find anything more fun than playing with them, even if I search this entire world. No wonder we couldn't win. With her as their leader, there was no way we could have won.
Okanogi, get a hold of yourself. Takano yelled at him, but Okanogi didn't hear it.
Oh, we finished with this warm-up. The next one is for real. You're going to die. Be ready for that. Come on. I'll give you a fitting end. Something you've been wanting all this time. Good enough. Here I come.
Okanogi took about 5 steps backwards and breathed deep. His body twisted as he gathered all his spirit into his right fist. Just as he said, this next attack would be for real. He was putting everything he had into this one final blow. Mion narrowed her eyes, prepared to parry the blow with her side. The sky began to stir. They both felt raindrops on their foreheads.
Here I go. I'm going to kill you. So come get me, okay? Whenever you're done praying, go right ahead.
That one tense moment was suddenly brought to an end.
Whoa!
He dashed forward from a low position, just like a runner from a starting line. Then he added the twist from his body onto the blow. His right arm roared with all of his power. A bolt of lightning punctuated the moment in time, burning the moment into our eyes. In that moment, Mion's stance hadn't changed at all. No, maybe she moved like lightning in the moment it struck. We had to recall the moment burned into our eyes to review the scene. Okanogi had swung with his right fist, which had enough power to shatter Mion's bones. So what if 100% of his power was directed back at him in a counterattack? When the lightning struck, Okanogi's body had been flying through the air. It was a legendary technique in Japanese martial arts, passed down in Judo and Aikido, the air throw. It looks as if one is being thrown without his opponent even touching him, a miraculous technique that occurs at lightning speed. All of the techniques Mion possessed, it was the most sublime, advanced technique she could administer on the defeated General Okanogi. The feeling of freedom while flying in the air is more memorable than the impact of hitting the ground, supposedly. When Okanogi hit the ground behind Mion, a heavy rain suddenly began to fall. Just as it did, a massive helicopter appeared on the other side of the mountain. The helicopter's rotors stirred up in the air and blew away the raindrops like in a tornado. The rotors sounded much like a tornado, too. A rope uncoiled from the rear of the helicopter, and soldiers came sliding down it, one after another. The onlookers were stunned for a moment before realizing what they were seeing. It was the Bloodhounds. The Bloodhounds that Tomotage had called in. Having realized how bad the situation had become, Okanogi returned to the other members of the Mountain Dogs. Nothing was going their way anymore. The Mountain Dogs ran down the slope and disappeared into the woods. They dragged Takano with them, who couldn't understand what was going on. A voice echoed from the speaker attached to another helicopter circling around the mountain.
You want to take it? Or do you want me to?
To all staff of the Irie Institute, today at 12:30 p.m., the Institute's independent authority was frozen and is now under the control of the Bloodhounds. As of the same moment, HQ has ordered complete disarmament of all Irie Institute staff. All Mountain Dogs are to disarm themselves immediately and gather at the parking lot of the Irie Clinic or at the storage shack at the top of the mountain. Failure to respond accordingly will result in discipline not only civilian law, but under self-defense force rules as well. Bloodhound members continued to slide down the rope from the helicopter. Even at a glance, they were different from the Mountain Dogs. They were armed more heavily, and the guns they had were much larger. Such things clearly differentiated the two units.
And does this mean that we Have one?
I don't know. I've never seen this before, so I don't know if we really did.
Sadako and Rika sat down and hugged each other. So they were both soaked in rain, but they still sat down in the mud. Mion stood solemnly in the rain as the leader of the winning team. The mountain dogs had abandoned the field. They all ran away with their tails between their legs. Keiichi and Rena ran over to Mion.
Mion,
Me-chan.
it's over. Yeah, our club activity is over.
Rika-chan is safe. Everyone else is safe. Me-chan is our victory.
You led us this far, Mion. It's all thanks to you.
But Mion didn't seem to be listening to Keiichi and Rena. Instead, she mumbled to herself.
I like punishments.
Eh?
Eh?
This is definitely Neon, right?
Club activities can be cruel, huh? We fight to decide who's the loser. So that means everyone looks down on whoever does lose, right? We don't look down on anyone. We just do the punishment, and that's it. Yeah, we do the punishment, and that's it. We all enjoy laughing at the loser, and then forget about it. That's why I like what we do. We all laugh, including the ones who came in last. Nobody gets hurt. We all laugh, and then we're done with it. That Okanogi guy, though he couldn't purify his sins, thought he couldn't purify his sins unless he was defeated by me. I mean, sure, it got pretty serious. We were almost killed, too. But it's all over, right? The game is over. And even though it is, there's no punishment for the mountain dogs.
Mion might have realized something when she threw Okanogi. Keiichi didn't think anybody else could understand that.
I don't know what you're trying to say, Mion. Forget about it. It's all over for them anyway. Yeah, you're right. Everything is over now. We're all alive. Nobody got seriously hurt, so let's enjoy our happy ending. That's right. Nobody got hurt. It really is a happy ending.
While they hadn't yet confirmed Shion or Kasai's safety, they were correct. This was the happy ending they had all been fighting for. However, Mion was still thinking. She only understood the reason for that moment she only understood the reason for that in the moment the thunder struck. But as soon as the flash of lightning disappeared, her understanding vanished as well. All she could remember was that she noticed something very important, that shortly after, she completely forgot about it. She could only feel a great sense of loss. The bloodhounds soon surrounded the club members. At first they thought the club members were their enemies, but when Toмотake appeared, he explained the whole situation. The commander of the bloodhounds appeared to beg the club members not to say a word about anything, as it was a politically sensitive incident. It was amusing to see a man like that beg while carrying all those weapons. Of course, they had no intention of talking to anyone about it. Once it had ended, it all felt like a bad dream. If, on the following day, someone asked them what they had been doing, they might not even remember it. This day was that unrealistic for them. So even if they were asked, they wouldn't say a word.
Rika-chan, I'm glad you're safe.
Akasaka, I'm glad you're safe too. Meep, meep, meep.
It all worked out great, too. Are you alright? The clinic has been occupied by the watchdogs. The mountain dogs are all surrendered, too. Dr. Irie and the boy he was hiding with have been put under the Bloodhound's protection as well.
Yeah, Coach is safe too, is he? I'm very glad about that. Wait, a boy? I do wonder who that could be. Perhaps Tomita-san or Okamura-san were injured.
Sadako, I'm very happy for you.
Riko's smile made it clear on what she had gone through. Someone could only smile like that after a long and exhausting struggle. Sadako had no idea what that smile meant. How much time would be needed to make her understand? Still, Irie would do something about it. For certain, he'll bring Sadako's Nini back home. That's right, Sadako. You haven't taken your shot today, have you? You can't forget about that.
Yeah, quite true. How troublesome that I can't forget about the shot, even in the situation.
Sadako seemed to have no idea that her medication was connected to the syndrome. Or perhaps she was already aware, but pretended not to be. Rika vowed to herself that no matter how long it took, she was going to witness with her own eyes the moment her best friend finally parted with her tragic past.
At least I only need to take this shot twice a day. It was 3 times for the previous one.
Sadako also had no idea that Satoshi was involved in the development of her medication. Irie had said that Satoshi, as a specimen, had contributed much to Sadako's treatment. Even while asleep, Satoshi longed to ease the burden on Sadako, and those feelings must have influenced Sadako's medicine somehow. Sadako had to inject herself in the stomach. For privacy, she ran to the grove of trees to give herself a shot. There was no danger in her doing so. One after another, the bloodhounds dropped down from the helicopter. Each helicopter must have carried at least 20 to 30 soldiers. There was one helicopter at the top of the mountain, 2 more halfway down the slope, and 2 more halfway down the slope. Troops were pouring down from all of them, leading to the impression that the entire mountain was under the bloodhounds' control. Nobody fired their weapons even once. The mountain dogs had no choice but to surrender. It wasn't raining hard at all. The sky should clear up after 20 or 30 minutes. It was a volatile weather typical of early summer. Sadako soon returned and spoke to her best friend.
Rika, I haven't seen Han-Yu-san around. She was here a moment ago.
Huh? Hanyu? Hanyu? Where are you?
This is...
It was stupid of me to think that Tokyo had sent more support. They're acting as if they'd known their loss for a while now. I was the only one who didn't know. What's going on? Tell me this minute, Okanogi.
This is it. They're the Bloodhounds. Tomatake Flash called them in.
The Bloodhounds? I've heard that name before, but aren't they similar to the Mountain Dogs? Why aren't you fighting back?
You've gotta be kidding me. We Mountain Dogs are simply a counterintelligence unit. On the other hand, the Bloodhounds are a real combat battalion. There's no way we could defeat them.
The remaining three members looked at me in exhaustion. Why are they here in the first place? We captured
Flash.
Tomatake. Are there more spies? Who are they?
Major, the clinic was attacked earlier. Haven't you heard that First Lieutenant Tomatake Flash escaped?
One of the three spoke up timidly, but Okanogi signaled him to shut up. Nobody told me this. When did that happen? What's going on, Okanogi? Wasn't there a blockade exactly so that they couldn't escape the village? They aren't even responding to me anymore. I've been left behind. I'm the only one who didn't know. I'm being left out. The members looked at Okanogi, waiting for his command. Nobody's waiting for my order. Nobody even cares about my orders.
Commander, there's a radio call from the command vehicle.
One of the members handed the intercom to Okanogi.
This is Phoenix 1.
Commander, final orders from Kaku. Execute Kaku.
Kaku, roger that.
The Bloodhounds have us surrounded. We're being advised to surrender. What should we do?
Command vehicle, no. Ohata and...
Ota.
Adachi!
Ah, you fucking scared me, Jesus Christ.
Adachi jump scare, man!
You just...
Adachi.
What, Ota?
Ota and Adachi.
Command vehicle, no. Ota and Adachi. Good work. You're cleared to surrender. Disarm yourselves and follow the orders of the Bloodhounds.
Roger that, Commander.
All units, listen up. The command vehicle has been compromised. The clinic is probably in the enemy's hands as well. We've lost all our backup as well as equipment. All teams have been wiped out. I'm sure everyone is disarming themselves. The mountain dogs have been completely defeated.
Not yet. Get in touch with Nomura-san in Tokyo. The Bloodhounds? So what? We'll just send in units who can beat them immediately. R is still alive. We can activate the final active operation. I must let Nomura-san know that.
Still talk no token.
We have to restore communications with Tokyo. We really shouldn't have cut the telephone connections. But we did, so we'll have to recover the command vehicle. We'll get in touch with Tokyo on the radio. Fortunately, the men in the command vehicle surrendered without resistance, so I'm sure the Bloodhound's guard is down. Okanoki, you and the other three will be enough. It's still the 19th of June. The operation starts on the 21st? Or is it supposed to be the 22nd? We still have time. We'll manage, Okanogi. Go recover the command vehicle immediately. Why can't you follow my orders? I'm a major. I'm your superior. Why are you listening to Okanogi but not me?
Major, didn't you hear what the helicopter said earlier? We've lost. There is absolutely nothing we can do anymore.
What are you saying, Okanogi? Are you already giving up? You saw that R is alive, didn't you? What happened today was all because of a rumor that R was dead. But she's alive. That means today didn't happen. We can still use the emergency manual as long as the Queen Carrier is alive. All we have to do is kill her, and we'll have 48 hours to execute the manual.
Major, it's far beyond that point already. Tokyo doesn't care about the Queen Carrier or the 48 hours after death. Our final operation is a complete failure. Our client must be running around desperately trying to destroy evidence. Our job here is done. I commanded the Mountain Dogs for about 10 years. It was a valuable experience, but it's all over today. And Major, your job is over too.
What? What do you mean my job is over? What are you talking about?
Major, your job was to rear that scrapbook in your hands.
What are you talking about? I didn't expect Okanoki to start talking about my grandfather's scrapbook.
I don't doubt there's a disease called Hinamizawa syndrome, but the whole village going into panic 48 hours after the queen dies. No one's ever seen that happen. No one knows if it's true or not.
Don't be ridiculous. Look here. It's somewhere in here. Where? I know it's in here. From the studies of other similar parasites and brains that the statistics say. Damn it, where is it? Oh. I flipped through the pages of the scrapbook in a panic. I can't even remember which page I'm looking for. Okanogi slapped the scrapbook aside, and it thudded. No. It landed in a muddy puddle, so it splashed onto the ground. The open pages of the scrapbook were face down in the muddy water, and already turning color as they soaked up the mud. What are you doing? This is the most important... As I crouched down to pick up the scrapbook, Okanogi stepped on it. The splash of muddy water hit me in the face. I had to witness my precious scrapbook being stepped on and covered in filth.
Major, I don't really care what's in the if what's in the scrapbook is true or false. As a matter of fact, nobody does.
What do you mean by that? I tried to get the scrapbook up from under Okanogi's foot, but I couldn't pull it out.
The clients in Tokyo merely wanted to see how many people would actually believe what's in the scrapbook. They didn't even care if it was the truth or lies, as long as it was believable.
They didn't care?
No, they didn't. They just wanted some famous doctors to research the subject and come up with a report full of difficult terminology so they could deceive people. That was your job.
No, this isn't a lie. My grandfather and I researched it for so many years. Come on, move your foot. His scrapbook is getting soaked through. I'm trying my best so that it's not ruined, but it's no use.
The queen dies, and the village must be killed. All you had to do was convince the higher-ups of that crazy story. Nobody cared about the parasite to begin with. They only cared if it could be used for political gain. You knew that, didn't you? And at this point, nobody will ever pay any attention to that nonsense again. A lot of people bet on this scrapbook, and they lost. The mountain dogs lost too. That's all there is to it.
This isn't nonsense. This scrapbook holds the truth. Everything in it is the truth. My grandpa researched it. I researched it, and this is the result. Everyone believed in it. That's why they built such a beautiful research center, isn't it? They believed in it, and that's why Nomura-san got in touch with me. There must be other people who believe in my work, because all of this is the future of mankind. Okanogi got fed up and kicked me. I don't weigh much, so I fell backwards and became soaked in the muddy water. Okanogi walked over and looked down at me.
Fortunately, there's still something the clients in Tokyo are expecting from you. Hey!
One of the mountain dogs handed a gun to Okanogi. Okanogi checked the cylinder and then threw it over to me. What is this?
Major, why don't you use that to shoot yourself in the head?
What? I looked at the gun. I'm used to seeing guns, working at the EDA Institute as I do. I was never frightened by guns before, but for the first time I feel scared just looking at one.
You know, this happens all the time, Major. Please take responsibility as the leader of the defeated force and shoot yourself.
What are you saying?
Okanogi actually said, "Kill yourself now!"
Kill
You
yourself.
serve zero purpose.
Nobody has ever told me to die before. Nobody has ever told me to kill myself.
If you die, the clients can just blame you for everything. Actually, Tokyo is already preparing to do that.
Don't be ridiculous. Why should I have to do that? Oh. I'm starting to sob. My body is shaking all over.
Well, you don't have to do it yourself if you don't want to. Maybe that's too much to ask of you right now.
Okanogi pulled his gun out and pointed it at me. The other members, having realized everything work out if I die, just looked at me coldly.
I'm going to say that I tried to talk you into surrendering, but you refused. We shot at each other, and I had to kill you. That's the scenario. I gave you the gun so you could kill yourself rather than be killed by me. It's to show my appreciation for the time we've known each other.
I don't want it to end like that. No. Who came up with this plan in the first place? I don't want this.
It was your dearest friend, Nomura-san from Tokyo.
Yeah?
They had a plan for damage control, in case the final operation failed. Nomura-san's code name is Cuckoo, and yours is Baby Bird, isn't it? Do you know where cuckoos lay their eggs?
What?
Cuckoos lay their eggs in other birds' nests. Once they hatch, they kill the young of the original owner by pushing them out of the nest and then take it over. The baby birds on the ground are left helpless, and they usually end up eaten by mountain dogs.
I used the money I got from Uncle Koizumi to pay the mountain dogs, thinking I had gained a reliable ally.
All I'm saying, Tomitaka gave her an out.
I always thought that, although Okanogi was barbaric, he was very reliable. But my nest had been taken over.
Major, you never had any allies to begin with. All you had to do was exactly what the clients in Tokyo wanted you to do. But now, it's over. Now you need to exit the stage. Take it. It's your precious scrapbook. Hold that in your left hand and pick up the gun with your right.
The scrapbook was finally returned to me, covered in mud. I held it in both hands and cried, "Oh, oh." What a joke the entire life of Mio Takano was. Right now is when I should just go back inside that chain link fence. My shaking hands held the ice cold gun.
There's only one bullet in there. Sometimes a bullet can ricochet on the scalp, so that's why people usually put the muzzle in their mouths. Come on, hold the gun, point it like this, and die.
Oh, oh. In the hills of the mountains, a single gunshot echoed.
What a
That
rough existence.
gunshot. Members of the Bloodhounds rushed in. Okanogi and the other men raised their hands in surrender.
Major Takano was with us, but she refused to surrender. She tried shooting at us, so I had to fire a single shot to intimidate her.
Retrieve 7 to leader. Retriever 7 to leader. Rearrested First Lieutenant Okanogi and 3 other members of the Mountain Dogs. Major Takano is on the run. Her footprints are heading southwest, but the brush is too thick and we can't go any further. Requesting backup. Major Takano is armed. I repeat, Major Takano is armed.
Retriever leader to all units. Major Takano is on the run. She's armed, so be cautious. Patrol the area and force her out.
I'm running through the mountain, covered in dirt and still holding the muddy scrapbook. I keep falling because of the mud, and branches and tree roots continue to torment me. I lost one of my shoes, so I decided to get rid of the other shoe too. This isn't the first time I've had to run like this. This isn't the first time I've ran barefoot. This isn't the first time I've felt such pain in the soles of my feet. This isn't the first time I've cried like this. Oh.
I repeat, Major Takano, disarm yourself and surrender. You can't escape. The Mountain Dogs have surrendered. You have no more allies.
The helicopter above my head is calling out my name. I crawled into a hollow tree. I held my knees and hid. The last time I ran barefoot like this was a very long time ago. My feet are bloody and swollen. I can no longer walk. I can only cry as I bite the corner of my scrapbook. Sadness and humiliation fight for dominance in my heart. When I feel sad, I cry. When I feel humiliated, I scratch myself to calm my anger. And I still have the gun in my right hand, the one with a single bullet in it. I have to kill myself. My death is the only thing that can bring it all to an end. Killing myself is the only way back to that day. But when I look at the scrapbook in my left hand, I'm assaulted by sadness and fear. I don't want to die. Oh, I don't want to die. Oh. I'm just...
It's on you. Oh, it's okay.
Just die. Atone for your actions with your death.
I recall the look in Okanogi's eyes. I know I have committed sins. There are so many sins. Too many of them. There are more sins than I can possibly atone for. But do I have to die for them? No. I don't want to die. Oh. I cried again, and then noticed someone standing nearby. It's the girl.
As soon as Hanyu showed up, just the low tier god fucking lightning flash. Oh god.
The girl whom I met when I came to Hinamizawa, when the Irie Institute was first opened. I met this girl at the shrine when it declared war on God. This girl is the god of this place. The god looked at me and sneered, rather than sympathizing.
Are you still trying to take God's place? Do you still deny that you're human?
Long time. No see. I lost. I lost this game. This is what I get for challenging God, I guess.
Human child? Are you still after the position of a god? Are you still willing to endure for the sake of opposing the divine?
No way. Taking a god's place really is impossible.
Human child, listen well. I will show you the way to godhood.
Huh? With
Sorry.
With the gun in your right hand.
Actually said kill yourself now.
In your life, the position of a god requires no flesh. Don't expect people to recognize your existence. Being a god is lonesome. You foolish child wanted to become one. Is that still what you desire?
Are you telling me to shoot myself with this? That's it? That something that simple would make me a god? That's so simple. Then what is this? What have I been doing all this time?
You shouldered the sins of many others. You purified all their sins by sacrificing yourself. Your courage will be praised, and you'll be allowed to take a seat among the gods.
What's that? You're telling me to be their scapegoat? To take the responsibility for all of them and die? Fuck you! I refuse. I absolutely refuse.
Why don't you want that? To attain peace in the human world, there must always be one sacrifice for one sin. Isn't that the truth of the human world? Isn't that the method for purifying sin? Don't you want to sacrifice one girl for the future you desire?
What are you talking about? I don't understand anything you're saying.
You don't because you're a human. You don't even know how stupid you were to want to become a god.
I do. I don't want to die for other people to become a god. No way. I don't want to become a god at all. I am fine with being a human. I just wanted someone to forgive me for being that way. That's all. But why is this happening?
Then how will you purify this stain? How will you pay the price?
Why? Why does it have to be? Why does someone have to take the blame? They're all pushing responsibility onto other people. They maneuver this way and that, just so they don't have to dirty their own hands. Is that just what happens in the human world? No, it's not. Because when my parents and my grandpa were alive, things like that didn't happen. We were all happy. Nobody blamed anybody else. How did I fall out of that world? Why am I wandering around in the mountains alone in the rain? Why me? Oh, this is the punishment for my sins, isn't it? I knew it. I had noticed it. I had made a huge mistake, but I didn't want to admit it. And when it was too late, I regretted it for the last time. So this is the punishment for my sins. Oh.
Yo. The human world will want you to purify your sins. They'll be purified when you sacrifice yourself. That's the way of the human world. However, I am not a human. I am a being above man. A being which fills missing gaps in harmony. A being that forgives human sins. Man cannot forgive the sins of man. I am the one who forgives the sins of man. Thank you, Hanu.
That PNG of Hanyu, lightning strike, kill yourself now.
I forgive you. Demanding a sacrifice to be paid for the sins isn't the way of the human world, it's the way of the demons. So this is not the world of man. This is the world of demons created by man and the demons infesting them. Humans cannot end that way of their world, so I become God to grant that end. It was over 1,000 years of pain. I wanted to come down from this place. I desire a world where God doesn't need to make peace. And finally, after thousands of years' time, I have found that fragment. human child. I will forgive your sins in my name. Kneel and repent. Ask for forgiveness. Then you shall receive it. God will forgive you. God will forgive your human sins.
The god in human form walked up to me and reached out. As I knelt and looked down, she touched my head. Hanyu, Hanyu, where are you? Hanyu-chan, answer if you can hear us. I heard voices in the distance, and then I saw a girl standing in front of me. She's one of Mion's club members, my most hated enemies. Shit, she's found me. The rain had already ceased. I decided to come out of the hollow tree. After the rain, it had grown so humid, I was starting to sweat all over. I'm soaked in sweat, mud, and rain. I feel filthy. I've been bitten by mosquitoes and my body is itching all over. This is why I hate the mountains.
Don't say a word.
I pointed the gun at her. Don't say a word. I pointed the gun at her. The girl looked at me calmly as if she didn't see it. The girl just looked at me calmly as if she didn't see it. At the very least, she did follow my order. What should I do? Should I take her as my hostage? I only have one bullet. How long can I keep running for?
Hanyu, where are you? Damn, she really is lost.
There she is. Hanyu-san.
Hanyu, where have you? I really am unlucky to the end. Or maybe you should call this a kind of luck. Are you unplugged?
No. Oh. You dinked that somehow, so I heard my headphones wiggle. Go ahead.
At the end of it all, I managed to get some vengeance. Do you know what this is? It's a gun. Don't you dare move. The tables have turned now.
Damn it! Why now?
Mion-chan, if you don't want anyone else to get shot, step forward. No, don't do it, Mion-chan. Mion stepped forward quietly. She certainly has a lot of courage. No wonder she's their leader. Thanks to you, I've been ruined. Some scary men on the mountain want me dead. They won't forgive me, but I can't just go out like that. At the very least, I want some revenge.
Huh. I know you have only one bullet in that gun.
That's right. Only with that one bullet could kill Mion-chan, couldn't it? Takano, are you going to shoot her? Don't move. If you do, I really might just fire this gun.
Don't any of you move. Just stay behind me.
How courageous. Is this some spirit of self-sacrifice? Rather be shot yourself than letting your friends be shot?
Well, it's not that easy to kill someone with just one shot. Of course, it depends on where you hit, though.
I'm surprised. How can you be so brave? You want me to shoot you for all the others? Just so you know, if you think I'll hesitate to shoot just because they'll rush over here once they hear it, you're sadly mistaken.
Go ahead, shoot me. But after you do, my friends will rip you to pieces.
Let them try. They say you dig two holes when you curse another. Going down along with the great commander who made Okanoki surrender wouldn't be so bad.
Go ahead and shoot me, but make sure that it's me you hit. If you shoot anyone else, I'll put you through hell.
Oh my, I'm shaking. No, don't, Mi-chan. Takano-san is serious. She'll really shoot you.
Somehow we'll have to buy time. Someone from the Bloodhounds will come by for sure.
I'm sure they will. But I'll shoot before I lose my chance. Let's see. Where should I hit her? I'm not good at this, so forgive me for not being able to aim that well. Me? You aren't serious, are you?
Don't anyone move. I'm the leader of this club. If I can protect you all, I'll be satisfied with that. If I don't make it, set up a shrine inside of my locker and pray for me there. You'll be taking over my position, Kei-chan. Help him out, okay?
Mian is prepared to die. I'm already cornered. I won't accept any words of negotiation. Mian understands that. She doesn't want anyone else to be killed. That's why she chose to be a shield for her friends. That was an easy decision to make for her, because none of her friends would end up hurt. If she ends up just getting injured, that would be a stroke of luck as far as she's concerned. Even if she doesn't make it, she thinks that's far better than seeing any of her friends die. And that's why Takano will shoot. Even though she understands Mian's noble intentions very well, it's too visceral for her to accept, so she'll shoot. I will pull the trigger. With all the absurdities of the human world riding on that bullet, I will shoot her. You all play games often, right? Have you ever played Old Maid?
No. We play old man, though.
They use the same rules. The human world is just like a game of Old Maid. Everyone's trying to foist the Old Maid into someone else. It's a game that seeks to determine not a winner, but a single loser, the sacrifice. You see, I picked the Joker, but there's nobody else to pass the card to. That's why I'll shoot you as my revenge. Fitting for this irrational world of man, isn't it? I'm preparing myself to shoot. There's no hesitation left in me. I will shoot her. I'm serious. Mian closed her eyes and opened her arms to try and shield her friends as much as she could. And that was when Hanyu stepped forward and placed herself in front of Mian.
Hanyu! Get back!
Brave, Mian. I've witnessed your courage. That's more than enough. If the Joker can't be passed to anyone else in this human world, then it's my job to accept it.
Hanyu, what are you?
Rika, I had a lot of fun in this world. Thank you for letting me join the club. It was so much more fun to be in than just to watch. So thank you. I enjoyed myself. I was so happy spending time with all of you.
In that moment, Hanyu glared at me adamantly.
Now shoot me, child of man. With that sin you must foist into another. I will accept it.
Okay. Fine, die! The club members must have thought I was joking, or bluffing. They didn't think that I would actually shoot. There was a noise like something exploding. In a world where time became as sticky as syrup, we saw it happen. The silver bullet hitting an invisible wall in front of Hanyu, as though the wall was protecting her. The bullet wanted to pierce Hanyu's chest, but it couldn't reach his goal. A bead of sweat formed on Hanyu's forehead. She had stopped the bullet with an invisible force. Hanyu!
I'm okay. I can do this, even in human form.
The silver bullet was being pushed back. Takano was startled by this otherworldly phenomenon, but then she spoke one phrase. You, monster! The silver bullet smashed through that invisible wall. There was no longer a wall at all. There was no wall to protect Hanyu from the bullet. The bullet approached Hanyu's chest. Somebody let out a silent scream. Nobody could stop it. Nobody could stop that bullet. In that world of frozen time, nobody could stop that bullet that was stopped just inches in front of Hanyu's chest. Hanyu's friends had seen this scene before. The moment of checkmate. No matter how much they screamed, there was no way to avoid this tragedy. They knew that from their memories. You will die for sure. Think about the good old times as much as you want. When you're finished doing that, the bullet will pierce your chest, drown in your own blood.
Unless I was prepared to do so, I wouldn't be here.
Hanyu thought that this would take care of everything. Hanyu wasn't supposed to exist in the first place. She would leave the stage and the rest of the cast would stay unharmed. This is how it's supposed to be. But in that moment, something happened to surprise even Hanyu. In the world of frozen time in which nobody could move, Rika reached out and put her hand on the bullet that was stopped in midair. How could she move? Even Hanyu couldn't move. Why could a mere human like Rika grab that bullet?
Moog!
Don't be Rika, Barude, don't be surprised. You've already learned about that. You've learned about how to make a miracle happen. A lot of amazing things happened today, but none of them were worthy of being called a miracle. If we all believed in each other, it was supposed to happen. Therefore, I will perform a real miracle in this very last moment. I am the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, after all, so let me make a miracle happen at the very end.
Ryukishi said, hear me out. Everything before wasn't horseshit, but I'm gonna pull this one out of my ass. We promised. We said it was gonna happen. We knew this was coming.
Rika rubbed the frozen bullet gently, very gently, and then held it, and embraced it lovingly, her hands at her chest. In that world where not even Hanyu could move. Now I realize that neither Takano nor Hanyu listen when other people talk. Didn't you hear what Mion said? We don't play old maid. We play old man instead. Takano laughed and said that we were basically the same game, but they're totally different. In Old Maid, a single joker, an unharmonized element is added to a full harmonized set of cards, and people try to foist it onto another. But in Old Man, one card is removed from that harmonized world, and everyone foisting unharmonized fragments on each other. It's different from having a joker, because everything would be in harmony if there wasn't something missing. Players try to get rid of something in both games, but what they try to get rid of is very different. In our game, the loser is left with one last card, too. I can understand how Takano thought they were the same thing, but they are different. Because in our game, if the missing card was added back in, there would be no loser. Hanyu, the missing card in this world where someone has to foist their sins onto another, has joined the game. So this game has no losers. Yet you're still trying to take one card away? What a waste of a miracle. This world doesn't need a losing card. That is the answer I finally reached after a 1,000-year journey, trying to find a miracle. The answer has always been there. It was always in the very first game of Mion's club. There was always a loser because we were playing a game of cards with one missing. If we could fill in for the missing card by believing each other and helping each other, then it would complete a full deck of 52 cards. A complete world without a loser. A complete world where no one is left out. Nobody has to stay out of the circle. Nobody has to cry or be burdened with sins. A world where everyone holds each other's hands and forgives each other's sins. When people live, there will be sin. What's important isn't to avoid sins, but to forgive them. A world can only become ugly and twisted when people try to stay pure. Let us accept our sins. Let us all forgive. That's the answer Rika Furude reached. A complete world. A world free from the sins of the human world, where one has to become a loser. Rika reached that as a human being. After an unbelievably long time, she finally reached it. Welcome home, Mother. The frozen time had begun to thaw. There was smoke coming from the muzzle of Takano's gun, so it was definitely fired. However, nobody got hit. Keiji looked around fearfully to make sure nobody was bleeding.
Base Keiji.
They were all fine. Nobody had been shot.
You missed. Serves you right.
The tension lifted in Mion's body, and she began to sweat. She began to sweat all over.
How did I miss at this distance?
All the club members thought the same thing. It was a miracle that the bullet didn't hit anyone. The club members had all felt the same way. They were all thinking, if it's going to hit someone, let it hit me. However, Rika Furure wished for a miracle that was far beyond that. Rika wished for a miracle that was higher than self-sacrifice. She wished for a world where the bullet wouldn't hit anyone. She wished for a world where Takano wouldn't be hurt because she shot someone. Footsteps were rushing towards them. Takano tried to run, but she tripped over a root, and the scrapbook in her hand scattered everywhere. As she tried to gather up the papers, members of the Bloodhounds surrounded her. All the Bloodhounds pointed their guns her way, and some even poked her with them. But Takano still didn't stop gathering up the papers. Some of the men stepped on the papers, and Takano tried to pull them out from under them. She tried to pull them out, begging them in tears to not step on her precious papers.
Major Takano, you are under arrest.
So, it's all my fault, is it?
The club members, feeling bad for her, looked at the ground.
Stand up. Put your hands behind your back. Hey, don't resist.
No. I want to take my grandpa's scrapbook with me. No.
Takano just wanted to pick up the pages of her scrapbook, but the Bloodhounds, thinking that she was resisting, pulled her on her hair to try to make her stand up. Although this was her fate, it was too hard to watch her be treated that way. And then a noble voice resounded among them.
Tomotage is so fucking stupid. I love him. He's so dumb. Oh.
Wait. Close enough.
Radiating with a divine light, a man appeared. They all knew this man very well. They had never seen him look so determined.
I'm First Lieutenant Tomatake Flash from the Research Division. I'll take it from here.
But sir, we've been ordered by headquarters to bring her back to Tokyo immediately.
Can't you tell? Just look at her. Look at all the scars she's been scratching herself. She must have Hinamizawa syndrome.
There were a lot of horrible scars on her wrists, arms, and neck. Takano had scratched herself throughout the day because of all the stress. There was no way for anyone to be certain if those marks were symptoms of the syndrome. But when Tomatake said that, it certainly sounded true. But the Major must have been given medication to prevent her from contracting the disease. There's no way she should have it.
Haven't you read the report? It says that the inoculation isn't 100% effective. If you read the report completely, you'd know that these are the symptoms of the terminal stage. The research division thinks that her treatment should take priority. We must determine if this incident was truly her will, or if she became delusional due to the syndrome, leading someone to take advantage of that situation. We have to be very, very certain, otherwise it'll look impossible to resolve this matter. Was it her fault, or was it the fault of her disease? It's impossible to determine that right now. To make sure that she has the right to receive treatment, and that she's obligated to let herself be treated.
Jiro-san.
Take her to the Irie Institute so that she can be examined immediately. Notify Lieutenant Colonel Irie so he can prepare to treat Major Takano. However, from here on out, the Major will be placed under strict observation, and all activities will be restricted. The particular orders should come from the command through Colonel Oka, Director of Investigations.
The Bloodhounds conveyed all this information over the radio. Nobody had any objections. The job was to arrest her, after all. Any interrogations or investigations after that were the job of investigations. So if those were the orders from investigations, then that was that. Tomatake walked over to the muddy figure of Takano. Jiro-san,
Jiro-san. Oh, what?
Oh, wow. Takano buried her face in Tomatake's
Flash.
chest and cried. Only Tomatake and Takano
Flash.
knew the meaning of those tears.
Sorry for being late. I'm here for you.
What? Jiro-san. Jiro-san.
You're not as bad as you think you are. You can start over. You can start your life over as Miyoko Tanashi.
I can't. I've committed too many sins. I shouldn't be allowed to start over. I should be dead. Otherwise, the weight of my sins will...
Well, that's true. Your sins may not be so light, but don't worry. I'll be with you. We can atone together. Let's atone for Mio Takano's sins. And let's bring back Miyoko Tanashi together. Until then, I'll be right here with you.
Can I...
Such a boy. dude.
He's such a
Such a fucking boy.
He's so fucking
Oh
bad.
my god. Tomatake Flash said, I can fix her. And by fucking Hanyu's will, he will.
Can I continue to live? Can I live? Everyone tells me that if I die, things will work out. But can I still live? Are you saying I'm allowed to live? Can I be forgiven?
The world may not forgive you, but so what? I'll forgive you. So let's live. Death can't atone for sins. You must live and ask the world to forgive you, and then you can start your life over. Then you will remember. You will remember what kind of person you used to be, and what kind of smile you used to have.
After a while, Takano was taken to the Irie Institute in handcuffs. She was, however, handcuffed with her hands in front of her. She was holding the scrapbook. Tomatake
Flash.
cleaned the mud off of it. The downpour from the early afternoon had passed. The cicadas began singing again, reminding everything that this was a normal June in Hinamizawa. It was so hot, despite being June, and the sky was brilliantly clear. Someone asked someone else the time. She looked at her watch. It was 3 p.m. The Watanagashi festival would be starting at 5. It was almost time. Even from there, the Furure shrine could be seen. There were red lanterns hanging all over. Once the sun went down, those lanterns would be lit. It was almost time for the Watanagashi festival, and with that, everything would end. When the Higurashi cry, the game that stretched across different worlds, had ended, and what the winner obtained after their victory is that the game ended without a loser. Hanyu was prepared to leave after the game was over, but she was still there. She was allowed to be there. In other words, she wasn't the card that was taken away. The card that was taken to play the game of Old Man was no longer there. The breeze rustled Hanyu's sweaty, messed up hair. She was dumbfounded. Rika went over and stood next to her. She didn't need to say anything. She only smiled at Hanyu. That girl had pretended to be a bystander, but decided to step onto the stage. Then she thought that was enough, and tried to step off of it. With those memories of her bright time on stage, she tried to step off, but someone grabbed her sleeve and stopped her. She was told that she could stay. Then she realized she was still on the stage, and she didn't have to leave after all. There was a spot for her on the stage, and she was no longer a bystander. And that was an unbelievable miracle. She didn't even exist in the script. Nobody needed her to be there, but the miracle had allowed her to stay. You suffered so much during your journey. This miracle isn't even enough to repay you for all you've gone through. Nipa star.
Oh. This is more than enough. This miracle is more than enough.
Riko smiled at Hanyu one more time and passed her what was in her right hand. Hanyu felt something cold and hard. What was it? Hanyu slowly opened her hand and looked at it. It was the bullet Takano had fired. This was the proof of the miracle. It was the proof that Hanyu could exist there. It was the proof that they could be together forever and ever. It'll be dark soon, so it's time for the festival.
Ow.
We'll have so much fun together. You can't just watch us anymore. I'm sure there'll be plenty of punishment to torment the poor newcomer.
I don't have to just watch the Watanagashi festival, huh?
That's right, because you don't watch the festival, you enjoy it. Were they testing the speakers? It was so bright outside, but there was music playing already. The cheap dubbed BGM collection of a festival music could be heard from the Furude shrine in the distance. It sounded so exciting to her. This is what she had wanted to join in on all this time. Rika held her hand. Let's go together. Let's go to the Watanagashi festival together. All of us. Together.
Yeah.
That's how Ryukishi ends his game. Fucking unfathomably based. He's no longer unfathomably based.
They had almost too much energy left. It had been a long day, and many things had happened, but they still had energy to go out to the festival. It was, after all, the special day of Watanagashi. The curse of Oyashiro-sama had been lifted, and no tragedy would ever occur again.
I can't believe Ryukishi spent the entire game's budget on making one really good background track just for this.
It was the first peaceful Watanagashi, the first one without a tragedy since the dam conflict. The villagers had noticed the phone lines were disconnected during the day, but it was fixed so quickly they didn't pay much attention. They heard the Self-Defense Force helicopter near the mountains, but rumor had it that came to the wrong place for their training. The elderly villagers laughed and said that the young men of the National Defense Force need to pay more attention.
Real.
Some people say the Self-Defense Force even came to the EDA clinic. The villagers didn't even get suspicious about that. They assumed that the EDA clinic had started doing physical checkups for the SDF. There were pieces of broken glass on the roadside near the village border, as if there was an accident. Some people wondered how there could have been an accident when there's no obstruction on the road. The elderly people said to each other that they always had to drive carefully, even on a familiar road. But it only looked like a trace of a normal accident, so they didn't get suspicious. The rest was a ghost story. The villagers heard an extra firework to signal the festival taking place. It wasn't an echo. The people in charge of the festival fireworks were puzzled, but when Rika said Oyashiro-sama must have shot an extra firework, the villagers simply believed that it was true. It was the night of Watanagashi, the biggest festival of the year. The villagers forgot their worries and enjoyed themselves. The club members were doing great as usual.
I completely forgot about the Rika Shrine Maiden drip. Thank you, coach. Yo, two-timing the Sonozakis? Alright, Keiichi, I see you, my boy. Chie's in this game, don't forget!
They were doing so great that they were all taken to the main tent and yelled at by the mayor. That was a normal Watanagashi night for the villagers. But there was one thing that was very different. The girls fought for an unimaginably long time in many different worlds for the sake of this night. However, nobody would know that. Would ever know that. Oh, there was another big change, too. Rika Furude said that she wants to go to a pool in the summer. It's unusual for her to say she wants to do something. She wants to see the stars. She wants to go on a camping trip. She wants to look at the sunflowers. She wants to make the school into a haunted house, etc. There are so many things she wants to do over the summer break. Right. Rika Furude, for the first time, is making plans for after June 1983. Because this is the first summer break she's going to experience after 100 years of repeating the same life. She will now experience an all-new summer vacation. Who would stop her from getting excited about that?
Shut up.
Rika Furude is looking forward to waking up before Sadako to rip the page off the calendar at the end of June. Rika Furude's Rika Furude's infinite future has begun. There are infinite possibilities, yet she can only make one choice. That's why it's a great world. Let's talk for a moment about the people who fought with Rika Furude. Mian Sonozaki has vowed to study hard so she can continue her education into the summer break. According to Keiichi, even that may not be enough time for her.
Thank you, Keiichi.
However, how can a legendary club leader, Mian Sonozaki, fail an entrance exam? She will more than likely find a way to get into the school she wants to go to. Hopefully, it isn't an illegal one. Anyhow, she's looking forward to enjoying her final summer break, so she has tons of plans. The club members can't get away from Mian, even during the summer. Once you're involved with her, she'll always find a way to get at you. No matter how much you want to be alone, you'll never go back to spending boring summer by yourself. Spending a boring summer. Keiichi Mayabara has been asked by Mian and Chie-sen to be their next class president. He was also asked to be the next club leader, too, but he declined immediately. Keiichi likes the club because Mian runs it. He continued saying that it's Mian's club until she got mad. Keiichi can't understand why she got angry. Well, Keiichi wouldn't be Keiichi if he wasn't dense. So things are rather lively around him again today. His good name continues to spread, even in Okinomiya. Rena Ryugu is growing more energetic every day too. The two Renas. Sadako, Rika, and Hanyu spend every day in fear of being abducted by her. Still, she's been acting more mature lately. She takes care of her younger classmates, and she's almost like a mother figure. She's almost like a mother figure to the class. She's like a mother figure to all the club members too. After hearing that, Keiichi said that he'd be the father of the class. As usual, Rena thought about that too much and blushed.
I love Keiichi, man! He's actually goated with so much fucking charisma.
Sadako Hojo is as lively as ever.
Goodbye, Sadako.
Goddamn fucking bullshit. I don't know what's wrong with this fucking scripting manga gamer!
Yeah. Don't get to yell at Manga Gamer anymore.
Don't worry. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to do that in a minute.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
She used up most of her traps on the mountain during the Battle of the Mountain Dogs, so she's setting up new ones for the next event. Rumor has it that some members of the Bloodhounds were so impressed with her trap techniques they asked her for some lessons. This is supposed to be a training area near Mount Fuji, and they asked her to set up her traps there. That's not a very good idea. The sea of trees really will become a forest of no return. Either way, Sadako keeps saying how she wants to fight against the Bloodhounds next. She's invincible.
Honestly, real fitting end for Sadako. She fucking goes and becomes like a special ops like trap trainer for the most elite military group. Real.
Also, she's become a great cook. That's because Hanyu has been teaching her. According to Hanyu, Sadako is a quick learner as compared to Rika. Sadako's dream is to master fried chicken, which is her brother's favorite, and welcome him home with it. I'm the only one who knows this, but her dream may come true very soon. I guess this is all Rika POV.
Whatever.
As for her brother, Hojo Satoshi has yet to return home. His condition is unchanged. If there's been any change, it's Shion Sonozaki. She goes to the clinic on her days off. Nobody knows why she goes there, but she seems to be very happy, so nobody pays much attention to it. Mina teased Shion by saying that maybe she's just planning to get implants, but Shion just smiles. Also, for whatever reason, she's been visiting her relative's clothes shop and buying all kinds of men's clothing. Lately, she's even started buying more than just men's clothing. But why is she excited when she visits the clinic with a maid outfit that's not in her size? The truth is shrouded in mystery. The biggest change is probably that Shion babies Sadako nowadays. She tries to make Sadako call her Nene, which annoys Sadako. Irie Kyosuke has two jobs now. On one hand, he is a respected doctor. On the other hand, he's the an evangelist for maids.
I hate this motherfucker.
The EDA clinic was supposed to be closed, but the villagers pleaded with the authorities not to shut it down. While EDA isn't originally from the village, he and everyone else feel that he's one of the villagers now, and he's an indispensable part of village life. The conservative attitude towards Hinamizawa syndrome is gone, and now it's being researched very proactively. The syndrome is being researched so passionately that, hopefully in the near future, all the victims of this disease will be freed for good. Also, later on, EDA will publish an advanced article about the influence of the brain on human behavior, which will surprise people in the medical world. I won't go into the details here, but it'll talk about how one should hate the sins instead of the sinner. The disease Hifumi Takano and Miyo Takano's names will be mentioned in that article. Jiro Tomitake
Flash.
still visits Hinamizawa every season. He is still known as the fighting traveling photographer, and he continues to walk around the village looking for good picture spots. However, he isn't seen in the village as much as before. His bicycle is always parked around the back of the clinics, so maybe he spends a lot of time there. Some villagers say maybe he's sick and being treated, but his bright smile proves they are wrong. Miyo Takano hasn't been seen since that day. Nobody knows where she's gone, but obviously, Tomitake isn't worried, so she must be doing fine. She'll probably show up one day out of nowhere and start telling ghost stories to scare some kids. As for Mamoru Akasaka, what happened to him was pretty funny. His wife and daughter followed him in secret. They pretended to run into him at the festival.
That's so.
Rika called him Papa.
Star.
Papa Star, so things grew complicated all of a sudden. Akasaka's wife smiled, but she choked his neck with her braided hair. Her arms were folded, but her braid moved like a tail. Squeeze. She tortured a man who destroyed a special forces unit without even using a weapon. Rika continued to tease him, making the situation even worse.
I love Rika.
However, Akasaka's family liked Hinamizawa and said they wanted to come back. Akasaka's daughter and Rika go so close that they seemed like sisters. Guado Oishi has gotten back into playing Mahjong.
Fat fuck.
For whatever reason, Akane Sonozaki has joined his stable too.
Oh, they're fucking.
And there's rumors a riot squad almost got dispatched to the Mahjong parlor. one
Actually, I
time.
can't say that. She's married. I take it back. I take it back. I take it back. Her father or her husband's a wonderful man. Her husband is a wonderful man. I take it back.
They get into such a rowdy fight over Mahjong. They have to order a riot squad.
Yeah, man. It's Akane and Oishi. What the fuck do you expect? Like, come on, bro.
His colleagues say Oishi has come down quite a bit. It is probably because he's reached closure within himself, but his colleagues know nothing about that. He's planning to move to Hokkaido when he retires, but he wants to come back every summer. His bright second life is waiting for him. Tatsuyoshi Kasai hasn't changed much compared to others. To some people, it was a life-changing event, but Kasai, it's just another episode added to his tales of heroics.
Yeah, sounds right.
According to Kasai, this incident was just a little bigger than usual. If this was just a little unusual, then what in the world would he needed to impress him? Shion insists that he will tell her, but Kasai only tells her that it's a secret. Also, he regretted exposing that part of his past. Shion keeps begging him to tell her about it, but he simply ignores her. Let me talk about myself, too. Nope.
Okay, alright, great. Excellent, Hanyu. I, Hanyu, am doing great in my new life as Hanyu Furude. I've finally gotten better at playing games, and now I'm taking the role of the club's Dark Horse, a position formerly reserved for Keiichi Maebara. I have a bad habit of believing everything I hear, so Mion and the others always tell me some strange things. Thanks to that, I'm getting tougher, to put it in a good way. Shrewd, to put it in a bad one. But then, I need to, otherwise, I wouldn't survive in this club. I'm going to continue to learn a lot of stuff through these club activities so I can live in this human world.
Sunday, June 19th, 1983.
Holy shit, Rika's not dead.
Night falls on my longest day of my past 1,000 years. Is this on you again?
Nah, it's Rika.
Club members are having a blast. A lot of people are here. The stall vendors are still doing business. The speakers are blaring rough, yet excited festival music.
I think it is.
I've known all these.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Fuck. I've known all these, but how wonderful it is to actually feel and hear them in person. I thought I knew. I thought I knew because I've been following and watching them, but that was completely different. I knew of it, but this is the first time I've actually experienced it. We had a takoyaki eating contest. There was no octopus in it, but it was still very tasty. We had a shaved ice eating contest. I would have enjoyed the shaved ice if I'd eaten it more slowly. I bought a candied apple for the first time. Everyone took a bite from it. It was tasty, and it was fun. We played a shooting game. I didn't know how difficult it would be to shoot a target, but it was fun too. Also, we played a shady lottery game. It was one of those things where you pulled a string and got a prize. Nobody got a good prize. We all complained about it to the vendor. That was just too much fun. Then it was time for the dedication dance. Of course, we got there early, so we commandeered the best seats. I snuck out and stood where I was told to. I could see better than the other club members. This was the spot where the object of worship sat. This is where I was supposed to be during the ritual dance. No, this is where I thought I had to be, but seeing the dance from that spot wasn't fun. Therefore, I returned to where I was and sat with everyone else. They saved me a spot. Everyone rubbed my head while asking me where I went. I apologized by saying, "Ow, ow!" That made me very happy. I watched the performance in the crowd of people. It was the best dance I've witnessed in the past 1,000 years. I couldn't keep either my happiness or my tears from flowing out. After the dance was over, a handful of cotton was passed around to all the villagers. We let the cotton absorb all the filth and sins of the past year and washed it down the stream. Cotton is cotton. Obviously, it's not human. We use cotton instead of a human so that nobody is sad. In other words, it's the way to purify sins without making anyone suffer.
Here you are. This is for you, Hanyu-chan. Do you know how to do it?
Yes, I do. I go like this and drift it down the stream, right? Ow, ow! The girl who gave me cotton took the letter I from her name during last year's Watanagashi and washed it down the stream. By doing so, she was freed from her suffering and began new life. We drifted our sins down the stream. It's not the same as pushing our sins into the cotton. Instead, we wash away our sins and forgive ourselves. We forgive each other, we help each other, and that's how we create our own story. I put my cotton in the stream gently. The cotton went down the stream, into the world where sins are cleansed. I let my bare feet soak in the clear stream as I watched the long, long line of cotton flowing down the stream in the dark, surrounded by people sending their cotton flowing down the wonderful stream.
This is a complete world where all the fragments were put together. This is an ideal world. What else is there? What else do you need? Hanyu Furude still wants more, because we can be even happier than this. We can be happier if we wish to be. Not a long time from now, but in the near future. Then when is it? I told you, it's in the near future. We will be happy then, too. See? Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is accepting that. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is fulfilling that. I too am entitled to happiness. The difficult part is finding compromise. Because from now on, I'm going to live a much happier life. I'm not going to compromise with just this. We'll retrieve all the happiness we missed. 100 years worth of me. 1,000 years worth for you. Frederica Byrne Castell.
did it.
They actually took Takanoa back and shot her in the head at the end of that game. I hope this is it. There's no. Oh, okay, there's credits. I was like, I hope there's no credits. It's just the music over a black screen.
A report of the coup d'etat of the EDA Institute. Regarding the coup d'etat, one of the responsibilities of the EDA Institute hereby was administration emergency manual 34. Certain personnel, however, carried to execute the manual under false circumstances, accepted bribes to do so. These individuals included the Institute subdirector Miyotaka and First Lieutenant Okanogi. Response authorities Institute detained immediately all emergency response units sent attack these blah blah blah. EDA Inquiry Committee has confirmed that the Lieutenant Colonel had nothing to do with the incident. However, due to his responsibility as superior, he was handed over to the disciplinary committee. Yeah, it's a lot. Additionally, some members of the Inquiry Committee have raised concern about the management of this investigation. It is the writer's personal opinion that we should consider the importance of this incident and select more suitable candidates for the committee, and sort of verify this matter from a different angle. Is this acceptable? If I may obtain your approval, I'll report your residence tomorrow evening.
Politics. This is a Katamari ass track.
Sono sukuriku tono dei ga hajimari desu. Interesting. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
It's something about a script. It was end scripted, so it was about a script.
You know, the
Oh,
real
that was graphics.
Higurashi was When We Cried Along the Way.
Yeah, well, let's fucking go.
What a shitty game.
Are you happy to be done with it? It's over, bro. We did it.
Oh man.
We beat Higurashi When They Cry. It's only been I can search it online. Hold on.
3 years?
Something like that.
3.5? Longer if you count when we tried to play in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to count all the
3
way back?
years. I first texted you on January 12th, 2021.
So it's been a little over 3 years.
Yeah.
What about the first time we tried to play? On Twitch. Because that would have been like 2019. If we go from there, it's been 5.
I gifted to you in 2017.
So from the time it hit my inventory to the time we finished, it has been
7 years.
7 years.
December of 2017, so...
The time that we really actually started playing, it's been 3. From the time we first attempted, it's been 5. Higurashi has consumed technically been around for a third of my life. You know how fucked up that is to say? We have played Higurashi for a 7th of my entire life.
7 years? I mean, that's...
So a 7th would be about a third of my life. We've been playing consistently for 3 years. That has been a 7th of the amount of time that I've lived. Take a picture of that.
That's a 10th of mine? I don't know if I...
Yeah, that sounds right. Post that in Higu Reel. Let him know.
You want to pose with it?
Oh, can I a soy jacket? Hold on.
There we go.
Let me see. Yeah, it goes hard. Oh, I look like shit in that picture. You love to see it. Do I have to hit a button?
Let's find out. All right. Oh yeah. Well, I guess it was just playing music.
Okay, because I'm like, I feel like we would just sat here for the next hour. Are we tapped in?
Cool.
I had to hit the enter button.
Scenario jump feature has been unlocked.
You can play any scenario from the start menu on the main menu. Hit enter again. The tip reading room has been unlocked. You can now read the tips you've obtained thus far. Read them, select extras to read all tips. The staff room has been unlocked. This is a thank you message for purchasing the game. To go there, select extras in staff room. You've received a new tip. The forbidden treasure.
Onigari no Ryo. Ryo. It's just if you see O-U, it's just extending the O.
Oreo.
Oryu. What was that achievement? What was that achievement name?
It was the final battle is over.
And so the shining future was cotton ball. All right.
Yeah. What do we do now?
We read the
We're reading the
Oh.
tits.
the tits.
The
We got a
final-
tit
the
to read.
Final tits.
And we got the
staff
staff
room?
room. Yeah.
Tits time.
The forbidden treasure. Onigo no do. Dio.
How long is the tits?
I have no idea.
Alright, we'll go for it.
The forbidden treasure. Onigari no Ryo. It's the most valuable asset of the Furude Shrine that's kept in this ritual storehouse. In ancient times, when this place was a chaotic world of both humans and demons, this precious sword defeated the demon god. However, nobody has seen it for 1,000 years. According to the legend, it is sealed in the statue dedicated to Oyashiro-sama in the ritual storehouse. Because of it, and Oyashiro-sama continues, it will remain a forbidden tool forever sealed away. Also, it is only mentioned in the forbidden scrolls of the Furude Shrine. Therefore, only a handful of the Furude family members have ever known about its existence. According to several of those forbidden scrolls, the sword is shaped like a willow branch. There are some ink paintings of the sword, made by a few Furude heads, but none of them match that description. That means that they drew those pictures from their imagination. The legend says there was a girl named Oka who received the divine message that commanded her to defeat the demon god. However, neither the swords of humans or demons could conquer the demon god. It would require a blade that was neither a human sword nor a demon sword. Only a sword that mixes human and demon qualities could defeat the demon god. It has been said repeatedly that the ancestors of Hinamizawa are half demon and half human. Oka Furude is said to be the first person whose blood was mixed in that way. This description is what conveys that. Heaven gave Oka a precious sword. The precious sword is shaped like a willow branch. Its tip split 3 ways, which symbolized heaven, earth, and people in unity. It also symbolized the harmony between the heaven, demon, and humans. Oka headed to the swamp where the demon god hid, and defeated him with this treasured sword. Each forbidden scroll describes how she defeated the demon god differently. Some say she disciplined him, others say he ran away. Some say he surrendered. What happened to the demon god afterwards is unclear too. The oldest scroll says the precious sword destroyed the demon god's horn, but other books don't mention that. Interesting. The precious sword that defeated the demon god was then enshrined and was named Onigari no Ryu. Oka sealed this precious sword in the deepest place of the shrine to hide its existence forever. Even if it was created to slay the demon god, the sword didn't belong to this world anymore, and shouldn't exist on the face of the earth. Some said that's why it was removed from the human world, but some said Oka was the daughter of the demon god, and that she wanted to banish the sword that killed her mother. The ancient cult of Oyashiro-sama suggested Oyashiro-sama was this demon god.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I assume the chip and Hanyu's horn is what they're talking about here.
Yeah,
And the sword that created the notch.
maybe. Possibly. The source of chaos, the source of all that was evil, and the source of all friction. To prevent the demon god from returning to the human world through the worship and comfort is the root of that ancient cult.
Because do you actually know?
No.
Okay, cool. So we're just like on the same level here.
Uh-huh.
No, I assume the chip in Hanyu's horn is from that because she was like the demon god and like the head of the demons and all that shit. And on top of that, it talks about Oka wanting to banish the sword that killed her mother, and Hanyu is referred like as a motherly figure and called mother and everything like that. Like, even when Hanyu gets to go to Earth, you know, you get the "Hey Mother" like scream and all that. So I'm assuming the sword. What we're talking about here, in my interpretation, is the other side of what Hanyu had that whole conversation about. When Hanyu went on and on and on about like being a demon, like taking everything over and taking all the sin and everything. I assume this is the other half of like kind of from the human perspective, the Furude perspective of what happened to Hanyu and kind of what she talked about.
Gotcha. Pretty cool.
Because that's like, I mean, what gives that away to me is the mention of the demon god's horn. Like, just because she has the chip in the one horn, but the other one is perfectly pristine and fine.
Right.
Knowing Ryukishi, if there is a chip in the wallpaper, it means something. And we'll come back 45 hours later to tell you that actually that chip in the wall was supposed to tell you that there was a domestic abuse case that took here. And what you needed to know was that the reason that that one guy has a small scar on his knuckle is because he was actually the person that perpetrated the whole event. And you could have known if you paid enough attention to see that the wallpaper was chipped, and he had a convenient wallpaper-sized chip in his fucking thumb.
I think you're ready.
Know.
I think you're ready.
It's how Ryukishi writes his shit, man.
I think you're ready for Umineko, buddy.
Like, it's how he fucking writes it. Like, holy shit.
To prevent the demon god from returning to the human world through worship and comfort is the root of that ancient cult. This may be a type of cult devoted to an evil god. The idea that is not worshipped for protection, but to stave off curse links slightly to modern worship of Oyashiro-sama, but seems slightly distant from the modern worship that asks for Oyashiro-sama's blessing and sees them as a god of marriage and good relationships. It fosters the argument that humans are good by nature, saying that all discord is work of Oyashiro-sama, and there are no demons in the world of man. After that, the legend continues on to what we know today, the harmony of humans and demons. But in this era, all the scrolls on the origin of the belief of it, all the scrolls on the origin of the belief in Oyashiro-sama and the scrolls of the matriarch of the family, Furude family, have been sealed due to being forbidden. That happened probably because the new image of Oyashiro-sama, that of a loving and affectionate god, and the ancient image of Oyashiro-sama, the source of all evil, didn't match. It became too difficult to explain the faith's doctrine. Also, if one believes the Forbidden Scrolls, the Furude family was descended from the one who killed her own mother, and that would mean their blood was cursed. If all that is true, then today's faith is very different from the one that was started by the matriarch. One of the leaders of the Furude family from hundreds of years ago wrote this: "The Onigari no Ryuo is the legendary precious sword, is the symbol of both the Furude family and the sins of the human world. It was an era where people pushed the source of their evil onto others. It could only purify their sins by killing one another. The matriarch took in the root of all evil herself and let her child murder her. That was how this place was freed from the chaos. The matriarch usually means Oka Furude, but sometimes it means her mother." The notion that the matriarch was the demon god was taboo among the Furude family. However, obviously some leaders interpreted it that way. When the Furude family, or when the world of man commits a foolish act of seeking to claim others and tries to return to the world of demons, that is when faith will disappear, and the statue's head will shatter, and that's when the Onigari no Ryuo will appear to us. This second coming will once again revive the memory of the Furude family's forgotten sins. Is the demon god a fictional legend, or someone who actually existed? In some rare cases, babies were born with horns, and they were called children of the demon god. Descendants of the Furude family who will read this. The myths passed down by our forbidden scrolls are numerous, and their content vastly differs. But don't get caught up in the smoke. No matter how different all these scrolls are, there is one thing they all want to convey. Search for the heart in Oka Furude, the one who sealed the Onigari no Ryuo forever. That is the fate of all the Furude family leaders must understand. We've read all the tips.
Read the tits.
The one tip.
Time to read
The staff room.
Hello, Ryukishi.
Hello, this is Ryukishi07. Thank you for playing Matsuribayashi. No. Thank you for playing Higurashi When They Cry until the end.
Holy shit, that's us.
Woo! Matsuribayashi is, in a way, the solution episode for the situation with Takano and the kids starting from halfway through Minakorushi.
Yep.
How can they defeat Takano's conspiracy? How can they reach their ideal ending? I wrote this episode as a duel between you, the reader, and me, the writer. So if you think you created a better resolution world than my Matsuribayashi, that means you've defeated Ryukishi07 in this duel. I, Ryukishi07, have provided 2 resolutions. One is how to fight against Takano. Here is the first hint of from the Minakorushi chapter. You find out about Takano's conspiracy, which relies on the Emergency Manual 34.
Yep.
Next, here are the hints from the Tanagashi and Mayakashi chapters. It has been 48 hours after Rika's death, and yet the village is peaceful.
Yep.
If you put those 2 things together, obviously the basis of the Emergency Manual which Shifumi Takano wrote, that everyone will develop terminal symptoms within 48 hours, isn't true.
That's why it's the exception chapters. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, yeah. Alright.
When you put these 2 together, you can realize that if Rika's body is discovered 48 hours after her death, then it is possible to prevent the final operation. In the Matsuribayashi chapter, I wrote about an attacking side and a defending side like a novel. If I were simply to write about the resolution, all I had to write was for Oishi to announce that Rika died at least 48 hours ago, and Takano's conspiracy would fall apart once the news reached Tokyo. That was rather an easy solution, like a puzzle, so I'm sure many of you got this right. The other resolution was the ideal ending for this world. To answer this, I have to explain the worldview of the story first. There are hints all over, but the crucial ones are in the Tatarigoroshi and Minagoroshi chapters. Sadako's uncle comes home and Sadako's life becomes miserable. How can she be rescued from that situation? If this story was an excuse in murder, then the Tatarigoroshi chapter is the correct answer. Keiichi kills Teppei and hides his body well. There's a happy ending. But I didn't end that episode that way. Instead, I denied it with a bad ending. The resolution the worldview of Higurashi When They Cry advocates
Is fuck violence, friends are cool.
is a non-violent one, with everyone united together.
How did I know? It's almost like I've been paying attention. That's fucking crazy. It's almost like I've been paying a fucking attention, man. You do enough kumbayas throughout 8 games about how violence is never the answer and your friends will love you no matter what. It sticks with your fucking reader or something, you stupid motherfucker. I hope you never finish Psychonia.
Fuck you. No. No, don't wish that. No.
Fuck Ryukishi, man.
That was established in the question chapters, such as Onikakushi, Watanagashi, and Tatarigoroshi. In those worlds, when someone became suspicious about everything and worries about it alone, things get worse, and that leads to tragedy. The Mayakashi chapter is a sublimation of that situation. On the other hand, when one talks to their friends, it is revealed that the causes of the tragedies are quite silly. That is indicated in the Tsumihodoboshi and Minigoroshi chapters. In other words, can you see that in the worlds of Higurashi, anything can be overcome when people talk to each other and help one another? Unfortunately, that doesn't happen in reality. Helping each other creates friction, and oftentimes working alone is a lot simpler.
Real.
However, we always hope that we can connect with other people and understand each other, so that we can face any difficulty. In that sense, this world is a fantasy. That's right. In the worlds of Higurashi, there is one magical rule. That is to talk to others and accept help from them. Then you can defeat anything. With that, it is possible to make a miracle happen. If that could be cast into an absolute rule, it would be a sort of magical, systematic miracle. Just like what Hanyu said and her friend said in the story. That is the worldview of Higurashi When They Cry. If you follow that rule and think about an ideal ending, I bet the first thing you'll think about is an ending where all the club members unite and defeat Takano. Actually, there are scenes in Matsuribayashi chapter that affirm that sort of ending. However, at the same time, Takano is described as a very lonely person. By doing so, I raise a question about the resolution. Everyone else unites, defeats Takano, and makes her into a sacrifice. That is a happy ending for everyone except Takano. That is a very popular style of story for protagonists to unite together and sacrifice the antagonist.
That's why I feel he did such an important job with focusing on why Takano is the way she is and like why she acts the way that she is. Because then he creates a character who is like, yeah, I could not be a horrible person, like a piece of shit, and this isn't really what I want to do, but it's what I feel I have to do and that I've been made to do and I've destined my entire life to do.
Right.
Not necessarily that, oh damn, like I really want to fucking kill everyone and do this, yada yada yada. It's just like, oh, my grandpa literally gave my life back to me, so I have to give my life for him.
Mm-hmm.
And so it boils more down into trauma response than it does like, oh, you're a piece of shit, kill yourself.
Aliens come to the Earth to invade us, so the world unites and defeats the aliens. Hooray for humans, and we must all get along. This is a very popular storyline all over the world.
Ryukishi would hate Helldivers too.
There are plenty of stories that use aliens, devils, or monsters as clear bad guys and make them into sacrifices. Two parties fighting with each other become allies once the third party shows up. Storylines like these are indeed exciting. By adding a sacrifice, different parties unite and become allies. To create this situation, there has to always be the third party, the sacrifice as well. I'm sure many of those who created such stories must have already noticed that. We always add a third enemy that can't possibly unite with us. To make up with each other, we try to find a common enemy. Am I the only one who feels that describes our world today?
Get off your high horse, you stupid motherfucker. I hate you, Ryukishi.
In reality, this world belongs only to humans. There are no aliens or devils or monsters. So for us to find an enemy, we'll have to fight each other forever. To make up with each other, we need a new enemy, so we just end up fighting someone else. In this chapter of Higurashi, I declare that to be the demon of the world of man. With these explanations of the worldview here in mind, do you wonder if the resolution of defeating Takano is in fact an ideal resolution of the Matsuribayashi chapter? That's right. It's basically the same foolishness found in Tottori Goroshi. According to that logic, the Mina Goroshi chapter isn't the best resolution for the problems that surround Sadako either. Do you understand that?
Oh, as in talking about how Mina Goroshi ends?
No,
Or the resolution, like going through the child consultation center and like getting everything set up?
Because
Teppei gets fucked over.
Yeah, because Teppei is being sacrificed in that scenario.
Even though like they go through it non-violently, Teppei still gets fucked over in that. But I mean, I get what he's cooking.
Yeah. So like, is there a resolution to the Matsuribayashi where Teppei isn't fucked over and they can all be friends? And
I mean, what
Kumbaya.
happens is he gets arrested, right? I mean, I guess like the only solution I could see is Teppei figures out that like the bank book isn't real and just leaves.
Yeah.
Like, and that's it. Like the only solution in that game, I think, where it doesn't involve anyone getting fucked over is Teppei just leaves. Like, he realizes that this isn't worth it, that this isn't worth the time and the effort for money that probably doesn't even exist or that they don't have, and then he just dips. Because then that still leaves Sadako goes back to normal, everything goes back to normal, Teppei's gone. He doesn't go to prison, he doesn't get fucked over, he goes to go do whatever the hell he wants to go do, and then...
Rina is
Hinata Zelda goes back to
Rina
usual.
usually gets killed in those scenarios too.
Yeah. That's...
So there's
She's
even
gotta make
there.
a lot of decisions at the start of the game to not end up the way that
I
she
know.
ends up.
Yeah.
Because fucking over the Sonozakis is how you end up in a ditch, dude. Like, you know, rule number 1, don't shaft the most powerful crime family in the entire region. Rule number 2, just don't be named Rina.
Yeah.
It's that easy.
How can they make up with Takano? You wouldn't suggest to make Tokyo into a new enemy and let the club members join with Takano, would you?
Fuck no.
If I continue to talk about this issue, I will probably end up mentioning something religious, so let me stop here.
Attaboy.
What kind of ending would be the best outcome following the worldview of Higurashi when they cry? Perhaps there's something better than the Matsuribayashi chapter. You can consider this a graduation question for Higurashi when they cry. Maybe I will leave it as my final gift to those who enjoyed this tale for 4.5 years.
That's basically us.
Yeah. Thank you for reading this extremely complicated story. In the end, what was it all for?
Funny.
If I were to put the answer to that question in one word, it would be entertainment.
Funny.
It's not important if you were able to answer the riddles. After all, if you enjoyed yourself, you won. Ryukishio 7 will continue to challenge you. Higurashi Will Not Cry ends here, but I hope to see you again in a different world. What kind of work do I want to create next? Maybe it's fitting to choose my next work from an infinite number of possibilities while listening to the chorus of the Higurashi. I want to express my gratitude to all the people who have supported me until today. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you all again soon. Ryukishio 7.
Bye, Ryukishi.
Bye, Ryukishi.
We'll see you in Umineko. No, I think the end of this game was pretty damn good. Because even through the worldview, like, if... The only other turn point I could see is that Takano frees Tomatake. Because that's before they cut the phone lines, that's before they shut everything down, like... The only other big turn point I could see is that Tomatake really gets through to her and she frees Tomatake, but even that... I mean, I guess you could kind of finagle it well enough to where, like, even that doesn't end in, like, the Mountain Dogs getting disbanded and everything going tits up. Because, like... Let me cook here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Takano sides with Tomatake. Tomatake is like, look, dude, there's a whole fucking thing going on, blah, 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 here's the deal. Like, they cook together. And then... Takano tries to shut everything down with the Mountain Dogs and stop the manual from going through and stop everything going through. But even that fucks over Nomura.
Mm-hmm.
So... I mean, it's really fucking hard to write an ending that doesn't shaft somebody in Tokyo.
Right.
Because you're almost guaranteed to shaft somebody with Tokyo.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have two opposing factions that are going for one specific thing, and Nomura, like... The whole point is they wanted people to create a believable disease for political advantage.
Yeah.
And so, by not executing the manual, you then they don't get what they want.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they try and reframe the... So, Takano sides with Tomatake. They call to watch the Mountain Dogs down. And then they try and reframe the entire thing as, like... Takano had a disease and made irrational decisions, but because Nomura comes in and goes, we have been focusing so many resources into the Irie Institute, this has proven that this disease is serious, and like we prevented a major incident by recognizing that this disease is serious and like preventing Takano from doing anything crazy because of Tomatake, and you kind of weave it into that. Because then the club is fine, they don't have to defeat the Mountain Dogs, nobody loses there, Okanogi doesn't lose, they all get to keep their jobs and keep doing the shit that they do because they never revolted. Everyone else just kind of moves on, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that'd really be the only other way to end it, but it kind of still all ends with Takano being blamed for acting irrationally because of her disease, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But, no, I fuck with the ending, it was really good. Like, this chapter was very, very fucking good.
Yeah, we finally finished Higurashi. It's been
Yep.
This is a 4-hour recording.
Yep. You probably split it in 2 parts.
Maybe, but that was pretty long.
Mm-hmm.
I guess next time we've got a little short epilogue to read.
Yep.
Might be a little bit fun.
Yep.
Have some fun there. After that, it's Umineko time.
Yeah.
I hope you're ready.
Umi on my neko till I cry.
Make sure you go read. I want to hug that gator. Well, hello.
Welcome back.
To a little addendum
Yep.
to Matsuribayashi.
We win. Hey, we didn't have all the achievements. I wonder what's up with that. So then,
So
I had to sit here and click 50 fucking fragments again. In order.
It's alright, okay. He watched me play Balatro at the same time, so it was worth.
Man, fuck Higurashi. This game
So
sucks.
so there's a little special fragment that if you beat the game and come back and do all the fragments in the correct order without making any mistakes, you get a little fragment. Do you need a final miracle? It's a leftover fragments.
You go, little guy.
A little guy. There's a little fragment there. There's a little fragment.
Wow.
Alright, let's get in. Kill yourself.
I can't wait for it to be Rika. Like, why the fuck are you here?
Hmm? What is this? I never noticed this tiny little fragment. Sometimes a fragment gets cracked and it breaks. Just like how the fate we believe in cracks sometimes. You hear the whispering in this track? A damaged fate is no longer the same fate it was. Then, which fate does this piece belong to? I picked up the tiny fragment and tried to match it with the fragments I have in my hand. And the last fragment I picked up was the Himatsubushi fragment.
Do we? Wait. Is this game Himatsubushi?
Matsuribayashi.
Matsuribayashi, okay. Is this...
The fragment was distorted from the beginning, and look. See? This tiny piece fits perfectly. I thought it was going automatically, that's why I read. What are you trying to...
I'm trying to figure out... Because this should be 51. I don't think we've read 51.
Hmm?
I said, I don't think we've read this. But at the same time, it feels very vaguely familiar. I'm gonna just say keep reading and we'll figure it out, I guess, when it finishes.
With this tiny fragment, how will the world change? What kind of miracle will occur? The whole world warped. Since I put the broken piece back where it belonged, the distortion centered on the crack. But that doesn't mean I can't take a peek inside. It's already past 1985. It's a time long after Rika Furuta and her friends' stories tragically ended in June 1983.
Have we read this?
This might just be the...
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the guide. Oh,
The guide is
it's in the browser?
Yeah.
It's 50... This was 51? Because we need to read 52.
It should be the third one.
Because
Here,
it was
save.
this one. It was this one. Well, here, watch this. So, menu, make sure allow skip unread text is off. So, yeah, we've read this.
Okay, we have read this. Because I'm like, I feel like this is the Akasaka chapter.
It is just the Akasaka chapter.
Okay.
All right, well, you're
I
behind
thought
the scenes. Woo!
Woo! I thought it was 51 we had to read. Okay. Yeah, because this is Akasaka, like, beating the shit out of everyone. And he's like, oh man, I forgot. I need to go see Rika and save the world. And then that's literally what he does.
And we get the best track in the game.
Best track in the game.
Yeah, this is like a developer's commentary, except we're not developers, and it's a shit commentary.
So it's kind of like a developer's commentary if we both smoke crack and we're sitting outside of a gas station.
Okay, this is the actual.
alright,
this is actually
alright.
it. Flags from kids' meals.
Oh my god, don't. Oh,
She
my
needs to be rescued
fucking
too.
God damn it, Ryukishi. Takano fragment. At least I'll have to read.
I'm going to play outside. A girl's cheerful voice echoed in the house. It was a tenement house, so walls were thin. So of course, her yell carried through to the neighbors. But since it was a child's voice, nobody complained.
Oh, I'm not tabbed in.
You finally did it.
fucking-
It wasn't me.
God
It wasn't
damn
me.
it, dude. Son of a bitch. There we go.
This might be your. You can do this voice.
Miyoko, we're thinking about going to the ball.
Too old.
Miyoko. It'll adjust as he's going, you know.
Her father's voice didn't reach the girl because all she was thinking about was making a new secret base with her friends in the field.
Based.
Her father knew the girl had been looking forward to going to the mall, and that if they went without her, she would be upset. He also knew that the girl liked collecting flags from the kids' meals at the restaurant there, and one more would bring her collection to 20 flags. The girl was making a wish on those flags. She believed if she collected 20 of them, she would become happy. Oh well. He supposed he'd bring a flag home as a souvenir. It wouldn't be a big deal. If he asked a waitress, she'd bring one for him. On that day, due to an accident, the trains were running behind schedule. To make up the time lost, drivers were braking a little too late and accelerating a bit too soon. It was rather unsafe. The Tanashi family didn't own a car. They always used a train to go to the mall. As the girl skipped her way to her friend's house, an unfamiliar woman stopped her. Obviously, she wasn't from around there. The ties between the neighbors were very tight around there. The girl knew everyone's face. So if there was a stranger, it was either a new mailman or someone who's lost. The woman said to the girl,
It's gonna be like grown ass Takano.
"Do you want to live, or do you want to die?" Any person would think the woman is crazy, asking something like that. Could be,
Rika?
or Hanyu, too.
Hanyu.
But the girl was too innocent to think that way. She answered immediately. "I want to live." "Okay, then go. Your friend is at home, but go on." "She isn't home?" The girl couldn't figure out why this woman would know that. As the woman left, the girl stopped her. She was curious, although it was a little scary as to what response she'd get if she answered differently. "If I want to die, then what?" "You'll get another flag from a kid's meal." "Eh? Hey, that's not fair. They're going without me. That's not fair." The girl turned and tried to run back home. "Are you sure? You won't regret it?" The mysterious woman tried to confirm this. "Why would I regret it?" "I won't tell you. I'm mean." It could totally be Hanyu.
I don't know who this is, man.
The girl thought it was some kind of riddle, so she pondered it for a while, but she couldn't figure it out. Then she clapped her hands as if she came to a conclusion. "That's okay then." "Why is it okay?" "Because my parents will be with me." The woman stepped aside. The girl bowed to her and ran home. She saw her parents locking the door to leave. The girl jumped on them and nagged them that she wanted to go too. The girl was going to the mall with her family. The family headed to the train station, waited for a train to arrive, and got on it. The driver was feeling the pressure to make up for the delay, and the passengers could tell that from the way he was driving. The girl noticed the unusual swaying of the train. She stood on her knees and looked out the window. The mother told her to sit down because it was dangerous. The girl stuck her tongue out. Then, the train reached a very big and very sharp curve. The train tilted in that direction, and all the people were shoved to the side. They were all squished together and grumbled about it. Then, the train continued to... The girl and her parents came home under the sky full of stars with shopping bags in their hands. They unlocked the door, turned the lights on, and then the girl put her bags out by the front door and ran into her room. She opened her desk drawer, took something out of her pocket and put it in. She closed the drawer once, but opened it again, then spread her treasure on the tatami floor. They were the flags of many different countries that came with the kids' meals. The Japanese flag, the American flag, the English flag. Which country was this for?
Australia.
The one with 3 colors?
France.
France, Germany.
Germany. Poland.
Poland's 2 colors.
Italy. America.
She lined them up as she counted. She counted out loud. Then she danced around happily, for she now had 20 of them. It took her so long to collect that many. It was hard work for this girl, who was so proud of herself for reaching her goal.
I thought Ryukishi was gonna be crazy with it and just be like, yeah, the only good ending for Takano was dead.
The only good ending is the kill the Hitler as a baby ending.
Yeah, I was like, dude, you're crazy for that. What the fuck?
She worked so hard that there must be something good waiting for her. She made a wish to become happy if she collected 20 of them. Therefore, something wonderful must be waiting to happen. The girl waited excitedly, but soon realized it wasn't a magic lamp, so no genie would be jumping out. Maybe it would happen that night, maybe be tomorrow. The girl decided to wait patiently. She accomplished something as great as collecting 20 flags. Surely, some wonderful happiness awaited. Surely, some wonderful miracle awaited. Or perhaps, it might be like a charm, keeping sad misfortunes at bay. The girl put her 20 flags back in the drawer. As she heard her mother tell her to brush her teeth and go to bed, she ran to the bathroom.
Takano is so real for that. I collected 20 flags. I must have something good.
What is this?
This is the worst track the game has ever produced. This is an assault.
This is fine, I guess.
This track sucks. Oh yeah, sorry.
Isn't it? It's okay to get a miracle in advance. What should I do next? There are plenty of fragments to play with. What? You want to try too? It's fun. It makes you feel like a god. A world with Satoshi or a world with where the Sonozaki sisters didn't switch. I wonder what a world with Sadako's parents and Riku's parents alive and well would look like. Oh, how about this? Akasaka gets enticed to the enemy's side by Takano. That sounds interesting. Personally, I'm curious about a world where Takano is madly in love with Toмотake.
Flash.
It'll be fun to match Keiichi with different girls too. I love drama very, very much. Let's see. What should I do next? I have so many fragments. Hey, do you want some? What kind of world are you going to make?
Ryukishi said, write your fan canon now.
The world of Higurashi, when they cry, will move on even without us. There are many dreams, possibilities, and miracles in that world. They are innumerable fragments, all interweaved with one another. I've shown you a small number of those fragments, but it's up to you to play with the rest of them. The world of Higurashi, when they cry, is now in your hands. It's a big, wide world of fragments, and they are yours to manipulate. Your dreams, your possibilities, and your miracles are yours to discover. Thank you for joining me on this 4.5-year tale about this world. I think all of those who supported me during this 4.5-year tale about this world, I think all the characters who brought the 4.5-year tale to this world to life, I think my family who have given their understanding for this work, I think my coworkers who spared no effort in the sake of this work, I think my friends who supported me during the creation of this work. And while I am the same person who created this work, I think the work itself, for its unforgettable 4.5 years, has given me. I think the fact that if I left the legacy in the past 4.5 years of work, I think all those people have sent me emails teaching me the joys of production. And if I may leave you with one more piece, I leave you with the joy of making a product of your own. I have nothing to show for the 4.5 years I spent in college. I simply spent my days without achieving anything. I left no proof that I was even alive at that time. If you feel the regret for this was, I feel the regret was what drove me to make this work, then I think we can meet again as friends. That's why I leave you this message. I look forward to the day we meet, my friend.
He's talking to me! He's talking to me!
Ryukishi07.
Thank you, Ryukishi.
Thank you, Ryukishi.
Ryukishi said, go, make fanfiction.
Well, was that worth the work?
What a wild guy. Yeah, it was silly. That was worth. I ain't gonna bitch.
Went beyond the possibilities of forever.
Ryukishi really said the canon ended to Higurashi is you finish the game and then make your own fan canon. Good luck.
All right.
What a fucking Chad, man.
Well, that's all that's left in this game.
Yeah, that's everything.
So, next time is going to be something else.
What?
Still Higurashi.
But it's there's not. I was gonna take
Okay.
the like name of the series and then go Higurashi, but it it's just it.
I might just tack this on to the ending of Matsuribayashi. Who knows? What do you think? After the 2-3 hours we did for that recording?
Make it another 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah, whatever. I'll probably just be lazy. I can just upload this right now.